that you all make the submissions you want to make. I realise that some people are not familiar with these kind of events. Don't worry, we'll make sure that that you can make your points adequately. And we've also read all of the written submissions. So unless there's particular points you want to draw out, then you can rest assured that we've seen those. So please focus on the scope of the agenda and the points made in your representations rather than raising new concerns. As we've done on previous days, we'll take breaks around 11 AM and 3 PM and a lunch break from 12:30 to 1:30. So that we can have a prompt start, please leave your camera and microphone on when you go for a break. And if anyone is unhappy with the session as it unfolds, can you let the programme officer know straight away so that we can seek to resolve any issues. We did flag up that yesterday the council seemed quite quiet. I think that they've been working on that to try and help. So unless there's any further questions from anybody, can the council's representatives please introduce themselves by turning on the cameras and microphones and tell us who they are and what topics they'll be covering today. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Eddie West. I'm the local plans manager at Shropshire Council.
I'm Daniel Corden, one of the principals at Shropshire Council.
I'm Liam Cowden, one of the principals at Shropshire Council.
Sarah Young from LUC, who prepared the Greenbelt studies.
Anna Jones, Senior Planning Officer at the Greenbelt generally.
And Hugh Richards, Planning Barrister advising the Council. Can I just ask Mrs Crosby whether the volume problem from yesterday appears to have been solved, or are some of us talking still too quietly?
Yeah, I can hear you, Mr Richards. You're obviously used to speaking quite loudly at these kinds of events. I think it becomes a practiced art, doesn't it? Or maybe having children, I don't know.
Both in my case.
Yes, I know. But some people were a little quieter. Miss Young broke up a little bit, so I don't know how that can be resolved. Whether putting laptop slightly closer. I don't know. Is the sound picked up from the laptops or through?
No, it's picked up by microphones dangling from the ceiling above us.
Right. Okay.
I'm afraid the solution is for people to speak as loudly as I am.
Okay. So that's the challenge for today then. Speak loudly. Okay, I'll point out at any point. I think I had more trouble than was still in yesterday hearing, but I've checked all my settings and they're all as high as they will go, so maybe it's my hearing. But yeah, I will flag up if I can't hear you, because the concern is that other people also can't hear all the recording and things. So. Okay, thank you. So turning to the agenda. I'm hoping today that it won't be quite as long a session as yesterday. I think we've got fewer people around the virtual table today and possibly less material to cover. And it struck me as I was going back over the agenda and my questions and things, and covered quite a lot of this ground already, although we will need to probably rehearse it again today for the benefit of people that are here to have their opportunity to speak, and for people who have maybe not watched all of the other sessions. But there is quite a lot of overlap, and I think that tends to be the case with these hearings as time moves on. Things get repeated. So question 1, whether the basis of the Greenbelt review is soundly based, including the methodology and assessment. So does the council want to address this point generally, and then I've got some further questions and I'm sure other people wish to speak.
Yes, ma'am, we've invited Miss Sarah Young on behalf of LUC, who will give a presentation for the council.
I'm sorry, Mr Cowden, I really can't hear you.
Got to speak louder.
Well, I do struggle. Ma'am, today on discussion point 1, Sarah Young from LUC will give a presentation on behalf of the council.
Thank you, Mr Cowden, that was much clearer.
Okay, so it's Sarah Young from LUC. LUC, we were commissioned to look at the role that the Greenbelt is playing in Shropshire, and particularly how well it performs against the 5 NPPF purposes. As you'll be aware, there is no national guidance for assessing Greenbelt, but our methodology is fundamentally rooted in the requirements of the NPPF Section 13, and we directly assess the contribution and harm to the Greenbelt with reference to those NPPF Greenbelt purposes. Our methodology takes account of good practice guidance, including the PAS guidance, case law, and the outcomes from local plan examinations. At LUC, we've completed Greenbelt studies on behalf of over 55 authorities, and all of those that have been tested in examination to date have been found to be sound, including the neighbouring authority of South Staffordshire. Our methodology was consulted on with duty to cooperate partners, and we took on board any comments received from those so that they were satisfactorily happy with the proposed methodology. Our proposed methodology is obviously set out in detail in our Greenbelt reports and in the Matter 6 statement. So the Stage 1 Greenbelt assessment, which is ENV 049, so this initial study assessed the relative performance of the Shropshire Greenbelt against the 5 NPPF purposes. So this was an assessment of the contribution to the NPPF purposes, and how does Greenbelt perform within Shropshire, and that covered the whole of Shropshire. The second Greenbelt study, ENV 050, that assessed the relative harm of releasing land from the Greenbelt. So there's a distinction between the Stage 1 and Stage 2. The Stage 2 assessed the harm of releasing land. That's in line with the requirements of the Calverton case, which I'm sure you're familiar. So the Stage 2 study focused on the 29 opportunity areas around existing identified settlements in or adjoining the Greenbelt. That included Brighton, Bridgenorth, Shifnal, Elverley, land around Cosford Village, and locations along the M54 A5 strategic corridor, i.e. junctions 3 and junctions 4. So the assessment of harm is outlined in detail in chapter 3 of our Stage 2 report, and the harm assessment considered 3 key factors. The first was the contribution to the NPPF purposes. The second is the potential impact on the integrity of the remaining Greenbelt. So if you were to take land out of the Greenbelt, it's not just the impact on the land itself, it's what happens to the remaining Greenbelt as well. And the third element was the strength of remaining Greenbelt boundaries. Obviously, that's outlined in the NPPF. So the Stage 2 study used the parcels identified in Stage 1, but importantly, they were subdivided where necessary if there were potential areas of lower harm. And that's outlined in para 3.68 of the Stage 2 study, ENV 050. So the assessment did not draw conclusions as to what land should be released to accommodate development, as that's obviously a product of consideration of a range of factors which the council took into account in the selection of their potential allocations. But we believe, in summary, that the Greenbelt studies do provide a robust assessment using a tried and tested methodology of the land within the Greenbelt, and that has provided a sound basis for the council to use in their site selection process. That's it from me.
Thank you, Ms. Young. That's really helpful overview. I'll just ask a few questions before I bring other people in, and then which I think probably covers some of the points that were made in statements and at Regulation 19. You touched on, let me find the relevant question, on the purposes, and there was criticism about why the 5th purpose wasn't considered. I know you set it out, it's page 33, I think, of the 2017 Greenbelt assessment, but it might be worth just explaining that a little bit.
Yeah. So yes, in our methodology, we make it clear that we have assessed Purpose 5, but we've given it an equal rating across the whole of the study area. Now, we'll be aware that this is standard practice in relation to Greenbelt studies. It's been found to be acceptable. If you look at the Redbridge local plan examination, the inspector in that case directly said that there is no purpose to be served by identifying variations in relation to Purpose 5, because it's very difficult to do that on a parcel by parcel basis. So for that reason, we did not assess Purpose 5 on a parcel by parcel basis. I'd also cross-refer you to the PAS guidance, which also makes reference to this fact that there is no benefit in identifying parcel by parcel variations in Purpose 5.
Thank you, that's really helpful. And then other things that have come up in discussions about other topics, and I think have been raised by people, is about whether any consideration was given to a joint Greenbelt study with neighbouring councils, including the Black Country authorities.
I think I can talk about that. I think where we were with the process, we were obviously ahead of others in the process of plan making. It wasn't felt appropriate that that would have added anything to our process, but I will say that the methodology used is consistent with many of the others in the region, and I think probably Sarah can confirm that.
We undertook the Black Country Greenbelt assessment and the South Staffordshire Greenbelt assessment.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a few more points that I think people have raised, but I think they'll come out through the process. I'll let people speak, and then I'll pick up anything that seems to be left at the end. So if people want to raise their hands, if they want to speak on this particular agenda point. Mr. Rouse.
Thank you, Mrs. Crosby. So in our statement, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, yes.
Great, thank you. In our statement, we raise a number of concerns about the process of the Greenbelt review, including the lack of consideration of all 5 purposes, the lack of granularity, and the lack of clear decision making about how sites were compared against each other. And I won't repeat those points here. Just to pick up on that matter in relation to the author also being the author of Black Country and South Staff's similar studies. That may be so, but of course, just because they're done to the same methodology doesn't mean to say that the studies talk to each other. And of course, there hasn't been that assessment of comparison of land and greenbelt value between the authorities. But as we've established through earlier sessions, the duty to cooperate process has failed to consider options for alternative amounts of support for meeting the Black Country needs, or alternative ways in which that need could be met. If the assessment of how to meet BCA need had been undertaken properly, in compliance with the MDPF, the Council's strategic approach, and the requirements of the sustainability appraisal, then there would have been a need to revisit the Greenbelt review in light of the identified needs. Fundamentally, the Council has made its decision about the need for Greenbelt release in terms of both amount and location in isolation from any consideration of whether it could provide the greater proportion of the BCA unmet need. The Cabinet reports of 20th July 2020 and 7th December 2020 show when decisions were made to propose to the Black Country to accept 1,500 houses and 30 hectares of employment land, And as Mr. West has confirmed yesterday, that was without consideration of alternative amounts. Those same reports provide the council's conclusion that there was insufficient evidence of exceptional circumstances to justify release of land from the Greenbelt at Junction 3, which was proposed to meet a greater proportion of the BCA need. And as NPPF 141C sets out, all reasonable options for meeting needs on land other than Greenbelt should have been undertaken before concluding that any exceptional circumstances exist. So although the J3 site would have been a Greenbelt release, that's not the point. The point is that the full review of alternatives for meeting needs has not been carried out, and because of that, the Greenbelt exercise has started in the wrong place. So having not first adequately considered how the BCA's need could be met as a whole, the Greenbelt review is not soundly based, we say.
Thank you, Mr. Rouse. I'll ask the council to respond to those points.
Yes, ma'am. Well, first of all, we've had quite a lot of discussion already at this examination about meeting Black Country needs. So this issue is really an extension of what we've been discussing earlier, and I'm sure you've got adequate notes on the previous sessions. The whole question of what needs in the Black Country should be met were considered in the ways that you know, and was determined through a SA process. That being the case, the conclusions reached, it simply didn't fall for any further assessment under the Greenbelt, because the Junction 3 site is in the Greenbelt. Do you want to add something, Mr. West?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Richards. It was just to confirm something I mentioned yesterday about the SA process, and it was just to confirm I did reference the SA into our strategic land, which is the final reference for you. Bear with me a second. Thank you. So SD 0006.21 is the sustainability appraisal for our strategic sites, and within that you will find the SA and the site assessment process for land at Junction 3, which is classified as P26 amended.
I should explain that we're not having connectivity problems this morning, but we are having download speed problems from the examination library.
Right, don't worry.
Go with me 1 second.
Maybe the heat.
Yes, possibly. And so on to that assessment. So on page 105 of that document, it makes specific reference to the site's location, proximity to ADCA area. Could mean that it is an appropriate location to meet cross-boundary need arising from the ADCA area. So we mentioned this yesterday because there seemed to be a reference that this hadn't been considered within the SA process. It has been considered in the SA site assessment process, and that consideration was specifically referenced within our considerations. That led us to the conclusion to not release that from the green belt. So that was just the point I was trying to discuss.
Thank you. Presumably the land at Junction 3 that Mr. Rouse is promoting was subject to consideration through the green belt review as well.
Absolutely, yes, it was. Yes, because it's under P26 amended is the reference, and yes, it is included within the green belt review, including the review of harm for potential release of that land.
So in terms of one of the criticisms that people have levelled at the Greenbelt Review is that it didn't provide any weighting it sort of did an assessment, didn't weight them in any particular way. Presumably that was then done through the SA process, so that was where that consideration took place.
There was yes, the site assessment process looked at all those options that were promoted within that area and assessed them. That's Sarah. Did you want to? That's why there's no weighting.
Yeah, it's weighting in relation to the different factors as opposed to yeah, no, there is no weighting in relation to the greenbelt purposes. There is no guidance in the NPPF or anywhere that indicates that you should weight certain purposes over and above another purpose.
Thank you. Mr. Rouse, did you want to come back in, or is that a legacy hand?
Thank you, Mr. Crosby. It was just, I appreciate we're not having a cross-examination exchange, but it was just to clarify that the P26 amended, or there's 3 P26 variations, I think, none of which directly relates to the Bradford Estates land. They're different boundaries. So I forgot to say in my first appearance that I'm representing Bradford Estates. There's Paul Rouse of Savills representing Bradford Estates, so apologies for not mentioning that. And obviously our comments build upon those that you've heard from Mr. Reid in the previous sessions. And
so can I just clarify, so the parcels are different, is that what you're saying? So it doesn't, correct. There isn't a parcel that directly relates to the site.
Correct. Yes. And the other point is simply to say that the assessment obviously has been undertaken without regard to the need. So whilst there is an assessment of the area, that hasn't been done in the light of a full understanding of what the development needs are, and there's a lack of clarity about how the decision has been taken. We've heard obviously that there's no decisions in the Greenbelt Review documents about how sites were assessed or which sites will be put forward, and there's a lack of clarity about how that assessment has been carried out.
Thank you, Mr. Rouse. I'll ask the council to come back on those points, then I'll bring in Ms. Cass.
Yeah, I think perhaps the point Mr. Rouse is making is the fact that the Greenbelt assessment and review is undertaken on a parcel basis rather than on a site-specific basis. That is correct. The Greenbelt review parcel land based on the work that was undertaken by the consultants to identify similar characteristics, boundaries, and that informed their parcels. In terms of the site assessment process, that was based on sites. And P26 amendment was based on the information that was provided to us by the site promoter in terms of their site promotion. So it would have assessed the sites that were promoted to us by the site promoter. I'm aware there's been various iterations of the Junction 3 promotion, which is why there is a number of iterations of the site within the assessment. But we consider we've given due consideration to those iterations in our site assessment process.
So if for example the Junction 3 site consisted of a number of parcels in the Greenbelt Review, different parcels, you'd have taken full account of those individually.
Exactly so, and equally, if it was only part of a parcel, we would have looked at that part of the parcel rather than the parcel in its entirety. Obviously, those parcels were very helpful in giving us an indication of the greenbelt performance and greenbelt harm that would result from it, but the actual site assessment was undertaken on a site-by-site basis, reflective of the fact that sites don't necessarily correlate with the parcels. But it gave us the information in terms of how that performed within the greenbelt context, and we considered that on a site-by-site basis. So, as you say, it could be part of a parcel, it could be multiple parcels, or one whole parcel and part of another parcel. It just depends on the extent of the site promotion.
Thank you, Mr. Corden, that's helpful. I'll bring in Ms. Cass.
Thank you. I'm Ellie Cass of SLR Consulting, representing Nurton. We've got a few points, and obviously some of the detail is in our hearing statement, so I won't rehearse that. We have concerns over the, so I haven't put my camera on, apologies. We have concerns over the conclusions drawn from the Greenbelt Review and how these have been applied inconsistently in the site selection thereafter. For example, in relation to the vulnerable gap between Telford and Shifnal. The council have judged sites on the edge of Telford differently to the edge of Shifnal, irrespectively of them both being in the same gap. This is detailed in our submission 18 regulation document and the Greenbelt Appraisal Review, September 2020 enclosure D, paragraphs 3.7 and 3.8. That's my point one. We're also concerned by the inconsistent level of granularity that's been applied, whereby the Greenbelt Review was not revisited after November 2018, despite new sites being available, and these were judged, therefore judged on broad area assessments rather than the discrete parcels which were assessed for sites promoted earlier in the preferred the process for safeguarding land. We have asked for this to be revisited at our regulation 18 and 19 submissions on this basis. Also, where the council have proposed allocating land for development and release from the Greenbelt, it does not appear that this has been taken into account in the assessment of adjacent land, particularly where this has altered the functionality or will alter the functionality of the Greenbelt in that location. We consider that the methodology should have included a review stage which considered the implications of the preferred allocations at regulation 18 and 19, particularly given that new sites were promoted as being available and deliverable, which weren't in the early stages of the plan preparation. These don't appear to have been reviewed and have not been weighted in the assessment process, which we think is concerning, given the change that this has to the Greenbelt functionality. Got a couple more points. I will try and keep them brief. In hearing session 1, we heard that some of the information that was provided by promoters, like LVA information, was discounted and not considered because of the LVSS assessment, which the council had carried out in November 2018. This has meant that the more detailed appraisal work that's been submitted by site promoters appears not to have been considered. The council outlined last week that this was to provide a level playing field. However, in terms of our experience and as a result of our discussions in late 2019, we were asked to supply that type of information to support our client's case, and therefore it seems inconsistent that the methodology discounted information which was related, which was requested some 12 months after the completion of the LVSS, and it just seems disappointing. My next point is just to link again back to hearing session 1 and the SFRA data. which has clearly informed decisions on which areas of the green belt should be released and safeguarded. We did raise it the other day, and I don't want to go on at length, but the EA clearly in their statement of common ground ENV 02022 asked the council to update this document. And there are various examples of other councils undertaking strategic modelling, which are Solihull in September, Telford and September 2020, Telford and Wrekin in February 2008, and Gateshead in September 2013, which was undertaken to ensure that baseline assessment modelling was robust. I know these predate the revised MPPF, but we consider that this makes it even more important in the interests of sustainable patterns of development that this further review was undertaken. And just to sum up, all of these points highlight our concerns detailed in our hearing statement and the Regulation 18 and 19 submissions on the overall baseline adopted and the evidence base for the selection of safeguarded sites, and the fact that new and more detailed evidence has been provided by promoters but does not appear to have been properly considered, with no material alterations being made. Finally, there appears to have been no weighing up of the relative benefits of very similar greenbelt sites against each other, which we consider to be an omission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cass. Ask the council to respond to those points, please.
Yeah, the point with regard to, sorry, there's a fair few points there. So dealing with the point regarding harm to the remaining greenbelt, that is the exact purpose of the greenbelt review. So the assessment, the second stage of assessment, sorry, the purpose of that assessment was to look at the harm to the remaining greenbelt if a parcel was taken from the greenbelt. So in terms of the consideration of the implications for the wider land in the greenbelt, that is the exact purpose of that assessment. So that was undertaken as part of that process, and that greenbelt review directly informed our site assessment process, as did the greenbelt assessment. In terms of the point regarding consideration of land on the edge of Telford and the edge of Shropshire, I think this is a point about the application of the assessment, and that was undertaken within the site assessment process. So we considered the results of the assessment and undertook appropriate assessments of sites as part of the wider site assessment process. The greenbelt review and the greenbelt assessment directly informed that, but there were wider considerations as part of that process, as the inevitably will be.
Just on that point as well, I think it's worth mentioning as well, as mentioned last week, but worth mentioning it in response to what's been mentioned about how the council has looked at information coming from site promoters. We have considered all the information from site promoters. I think the view was that hasn't led to a change in circumstances. Well, that doesn't necessarily correlate. Consideration of views does not necessarily mean a change will be made. It means that we have looked at all the information which has been put our way as part of the site assessment process. We just want to make that point clear.
And in relation to the point about the parcels not correlating to the proposed sites, basically we identified parcels around the settlements and then broad areas in the stage 1 study. So when we assessed the parcels, we covered the areas around the settlements and then the broad areas beyond. In the stage 2 study, that study gave the council a clear indication of the potential harm of releasing land within the parcels. And as Dan has said, that included a consideration of the potential impact on adjacent greenbelt. But the key point is we subdivided parcels where there was potential for lower harm to the greenbelt. So this in fact meant that the council could overlay potential sites onto our study to get a good indication of how they performed against the greenbelt. So the council did have enough information in order to deduce the potential effects or the harm to the greenbelt on specific sites. In relation to the broad areas, that was in the stage 1 study, which made it slightly confusing, but the broad areas are parcels which lie beyond those initial parcels on the settlement edge. So effectively, we haven't assessed those in the stage 2 study, but because they lie beyond the parcels on the settlement edge, they effectively would lead to high harm to the green belt. So there's no need to assess them.
Any other
Are there any
points?
Are there any other points that we missed?
That's,
That's
let me look back over my notes. Oh, there was the comment about not, I don't know whether you covered that, not weighed up similar sites in the green belt. Is that, I think that's what you were saying in terms of the site assessment process. That's where that happened,
correct,
wasn't
yes,
it?
that's correct.
Exactly so.
And Ms. Cass said that they asked at Reg 18 and Reg 19 for it to be revisited.
I think the point Ms. Young made addresses that we consider the assessment was proportionate and robust and up to date and appropriate to inform our local plan process. I think as such, we don't consider it was necessary or appropriate to update the assessment.
Thank you. Ms. Cass, did you want to come back, or is your hand still up from before?
I would like to come back just on 2 points very briefly. I know we're not talking site specifics, but just to elaborate. So if you look at the area for shift 035, which was introduced during the preparation of the plan, the assessment in the Greenbelt review does not cover all of that land as a parcel. And therefore, the assessment that the council could make in determining whether it was an appropriate site for safeguarding could only be made on the broad area assessment from the first stage of the Greenbelt review. And that is why we asked for these matters to be revisited and for the stage 2 assessments to revisit the parcels and actually cover the areas that were being promoted so that there was a level playing field in their consideration.
So is this the one that Ms. Young was just talking about, where there was a more granular assessment of land closer to settlements and less so beyond? Is that?
I'd have to ask Miss Young, but other piece. Well, if you look at the employment site that's adjacent to shift 035, the entirety of that site is considered in the Greenbelt assessment, and that has a similar scale to this site, and therefore and extends further into the Greenbelt than the parcel that was considered on a very small element of the site that we're promoting for Nurton. Therefore, for consistency, I consider that the parcels should have been revisited so they were consistent.
Thank you.
Just on one other point, I do appreciate Mr. West's point that all information was considered that we submitted. However, it was very clearly made that any information on LVIA or LVA at hearing 1 was not considered and was discounted. That's all my points. Thank you.
Thank you. Did the council briefly want, without getting too much into site specifics, address those
If I may
points?
come back on the point about the distinction between how we've assessed additional information. I will say that it was assessed as part of the site assessment process, but not as part of the SA process. There's a distinction, but the point is the information from the site promoter was a factor in decision making in the site assessment process.
Thank you.
In relation to the specifics of SHF 035, in that case, that fell within parcel 15 of our stage 2 Greenbelt assessment. Now, the boundary of that site falls beyond the outer edge of our parcel, but the inner edge of that parcel scored moderate, the middle of the parcel scored moderate high. There's a ridge line in that site, and beyond which there would be high harm to the Greenbelt. There was no need to assess the land beyond that because it would effectively have led to high harm to the Greenbelt.
So what you're saying is that each site, each one is kind of considered on its merit. So that sort of area might have been foreshortened, if you like, that you might have not gone out as far because you'd started to recognise that there was high harm, and so you sort of stopped there. Is that a fair assessment of what you're saying?
Yeah, that's correct. There was no need to go further because effectively you were into open countryside, which the council were well aware that was high harm to the green belt.
But that might not have been the same for every parcel of land. Each one was looked at individually and assessed individually.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Ryan.
Hi, Mum.
Oh, sorry, it's Ms. Ryan.
No, it's Jacqueline Mulliner here, actually. From,
okay, yes.
Parents O'Rourke. Sorry, I'm here on behalf of Harrow Estates. Sorry, I'm just using Tom's machine today. Mum, just to come back on a comment that Mr. Rouse made, I mean, clearly it's not the role of the Greenbelt assessment to consider needs. You know, and whilst it might have been helpful during this examination process and this local plan process to have understood fully what the unmet needs from the Black Country would be, there's no requirement to wait and sit back and hold back this plan process to fully understand those needs before taking the plan forward. Clearly, there's a statement of common ground. There is some effort in meeting.
Are you supporting the council in this comment, or are you seeking some changes? Or?
No, I'm not, but it does go on to the next point in terms of then, Mark. So yes, I am supporting the council. Sorry, in that particular point. You know that it's not that role of the Greenbelt assessment. And the point is that Greenbelt assessment must sit along the sustainability appraisal as part of the evidence base. So in terms of 142 of the MPPF, clearly when drawing up or reviewing Greenbelt boundaries, the need to promote sustainable patterns of development must be taken into account. There is no need necessarily to rank the sites or score the sites in terms of those or weight them in the
document, unless you've got a point in terms of expressing concerns, then it's the job of the council to defend their plan and their methodology and things.
Well, I think the concern that I have is that we are obviously promoting land on the eastern edge of Shifnal. And there is some criticism coming against those sites and against that strategy. And I think it's fair for us to be able to say, you know, that from our point of view, there is a consistent approach in terms of the methodology, and it's important that those sites are assessed equally, even though some of us might disagree with the elements of planning judgment that have been made.
Okay, I'll stop you there because the council is for the council to make the case for the sites they've included in their plan. We've told various people that they couldn't attend hearings unless they were particularly seeking changes or have concerns. So it would be unfair to let you carry on really when we've not let other people take part in that regard. Okay. Does anybody else want to say anything? Does the council want to make any further comments?
Yes, just one comment, please, Madam. When Mr. West and others just now have been referring to, quote, the site assessment process, I just want you to be clear, or to check that you are clear, because it appears that others may not be, that site assessment process was a process that took into account all parts of the relevant parts of the evidence base, including the Greenbelt review, the sustainability appraisal, the strategic flood risk assessment, and so on and so forth. So when Mr. West this morning has been talking about the site assessment process, he's been talking about any Greenbelt review process, he's been talking about the process that follows on from all of these other studies.
Yes, I understand that, where you pull everything together and take a view in the round based on.
Exactly right. Well, I just wanted to double check because I didn't want there to be any confusion.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cass, is it a different point or?
Sorry, I don't want to talk about site specific because I know this isn't the place for that, but Miss Young has raised a point about how far out the Greenbelt parcels assessment went. I do just want to raise that if you look at the Greenbelt parcels surrounding Shifnal, P13A, which covers the remainder of the employment allocation, does extend significantly beyond P15. And I can only make this point by talking about specific sites. And the ridge line that she talked about that caused the P15 not to be extended and to be discounted extends all the way through the employment site, and similarly to land to the south as well. And therefore it just seems inconsistent that on one site, because of a ridge line, the parcel was terminated. However, on another site, the parcel was extended because that was a site allocation. That's all the point I want to make.
Thanks, Ms. Kess. I'll ask the council to come back and then we'll move on.
Well, Madam, we think we've answered the question. You've heard from Miss Young. I'm not sure that there's anything we can usefully add.
Thank you. And I can have a look at those references. Obviously, the hearings are over. Just check whether I've got any other points I wanted to raise on this question. The next couple of questions kind of cover same ground, similar sort of ground anywhere. One of the questions really for the council was whether there's still some safeguarded land, so land that was safeguarded in the SAMDEV plan that's not been released ahead of Greenbelt land found through this Greenbelt study for this plan. If that makes sense.
Yes, ma'am, there is some safeguarded land from the SAMDEV plan remaining at Shifnal. It's in the order of 10 hectares, and it lies off the southern extension of the A464, north of proposed allocations SHF 022 and 23.
Sorry, I didn't catch those numbers.
The numbers are SHF 022 and 023.
So is there a reason why the council decided to release more Greenbelt land that it hadn't previously safeguarded in the SAMDEV plan ahead of the safeguarded land? Is that about you know, where land was needed, etc., or is there another reason?
It does come down to the amount of land that was required and the amount of safeguarded land. So we drew down as much of the remaining safeguarded land as was feasible under our planning judgments. The land that remained is actually locked inside of some very low grade country lanes, the railway land to the north, and an area of a protected area of woodland to the south. In consultation with our highways officers, it was considered that it would be extremely difficult to secure a satisfactory highway into that area of land because of where it sits. And another perspective on it was that it is quite a tranquil area, and there would need to be some further significant changes within Sheffield before that land became suitable for development.
Okay, so it's likely that it could come forward at some point, and it's not worth putting it back into the Greenbelt because there is potential for it to be developed at some point in the future. Is that?
We would anticipate that would be possible. Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Just on that point, Inspector Crosby, it's just reiteration really of the nature of the release in that area for this plan is for employment only, and obviously that is what we are seeking to do in our strategic approach in Shifnal, is to deliver strategic employment locations. The land which we utilised this time around was for residential. That's all. So.
Thank you. Okay, I think we've covered all of the points I had. So moving on to point 2 on the agenda, which is whether the Greenbelt review accords with the advice in paras 141 and 142 of the framework. I think we've probably covered this to a large degree this morning and probably in other sessions. It might be worth just running through those for the benefit of others and in case anybody wants to particularly want to make those comments. So 141 talks about making best use of brownfield sites and underutilised land, maximising density of development, and makes reference to policies in chapter 11 of the framework. And it talks about discussions with neighbouring authorities, which again we've touched on a number of times this week. And then para 142 talks about need to promote sustainable patterns of development and take those into account. I won't read it all. Do the council want to say anything on those points that they feel like they've not already said?
Yes, ma'am. We feel that we have made sufficient submissions through our evidence documents and through the exceptional circumstances Greenbelt topic paper and our matter statement. It does encapsulate our urban focus, which is clearly identified in the plan. It does draw in the points that Mr. Richards drew to your attention about the collaborative effect of the sustainability appraisal, the infrastructure and place plans, and the site assessment process, both including the SA and the planning balance assessment, founded on our hierarchy of settlements assessment to identify key locations for the strategy.
Thank you. I've got no further questions. Ms. Cass, you want to comment on this point?
Thank you. It's only 2 very short points relating to sustainable or promoting sustainable patterns of development. One, I'm not going to rehearse again, but relates back to our concerns over the strategic flood risk assessment basis and flood zones 2 and 3 sites. The other links into what we've been discussing earlier, and that relates to concerns we've raised that opportunities for combining and co-locating employment land and housing / safeguarded land does not appear to have been taken into account in the identification of land. We think that this means that opportunities for enhanced public transport, walking and cycling have not been optimised, particularly in respect of land to the east of Shifnal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cass. The council want to come back on any of those points?
I think all we would say is I think what's being raised there is a site assessment question specifically, and you've had our response already on that process. And I'm sure we'll be talking a lot more about that when we get to that point of the examination.
Thank you. So I'll bring in next Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mrs. Crosby, and hopefully you can hear me okay and see me. Sorry,
Cass, can you just turn your microphone, your camera off, sorry. And
is that to Mrs. Cass?
Just say that later.
Ms. Cass, can you just turn your camera off, please? Thank you. Mr. Burns.
Sorry, hopefully you can hear me and see me. I glanced to my left just because that's where my screen is, but my camera is directly in front of my face. Just as an introduction, Jonathan Burns from Pegasus Group, representing Taylor Wimpey Strategic Land in respect of the site at Hasley Garden Village. I've got a very short point to make. At the outset, I will say I don't disagree with the need for a Greenbelt review, but I do disagree with some of the justification, specifically in the council's Matter 6 statement, which I'll just turn to very briefly. And it's more to hopefully assist you, Mrs. Crosby. Paragraph 1.10 of the Matter 6 statement has five bullet points, but 4 what I'll call main bullet points, so the darker bullet point. The third dark bullet point of that paragraph makes reference to the SAMDEV inspector's report and discussions around Bridge North in relation to that. Now, I would ask that you do review those 2 paragraphs, which are paragraphs 189 and 190 of the SAMDEV inspector's report, which is in the examination library, and I apologise, I don't think I have the reference for you to hand.
No, don't worry, that's fine.
It's effectively, I think there's potentially some inadvertent, the commentary provided in that main bullet point 3 is potentially inadvertently misrepresenting what is said in the SAMDEV plan in relation to Greenbelt around Bridge North. Now, the only mention of Greenbelt in Bridge North within the SAMDEV plan is in the first 2 sentences of paragraph 189. I won't repeat it because you can obviously go away and read it yourself. However, the commentary within the matter statement specifically, it does highlight that point within the first 2 sentences, but I think that's really where it should stop. The third sentence of the matter statement, which starts Bridge North as the 2nd largest market town in Shropshire, it then refers to Stanmore as an important satellite area. Now, that reference to Stanmore as an important satellite area isn't from the inspector's report, and the council don't suggest it is because they've not highlighted it in italics as a quote. But just wanted to highlight the fact that the offers considerable potential to attract investment into Shropshire and to trade into these larger urban markets. That comment is made in paragraph 189 of the SAMDEV inspector's report, but that is in relation to Bridge North as a whole. It doesn't mention Stanmore at all. The second point, which in the matter statement starts further and then goes on to provide a quote, that is in relation to paragraph 190 of the SAMDEV inspector's report. Again, the reference to accommodating long-term future of the town is it is necessary to open up new areas. That isn't related to Greenbelt at all. Paragraph 190 starts, that's relating to what was discussed at the SAMDEV SAMDEV examination, and particularly the SAMDEV allocations, which relate to Tasley. I just thought, upon reading of that bullet point, it makes reference to things that aren't relevant to the Greenbelt review considerations that's been carried out by the council, and I just wanted to make sure that when you come to review all of that again, you had those references and you had our comments, and were able to go away and read those 2 paragraphs.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Yes, I will do that. The council want to come back on that point?
Thank you, Mrs. Crosby. Yes, paragraph 110 of our Matter 6 statement is in effect just indicating the fact that the SAMDEV plan inspector in her report concluded that there was a need for a modification to require an early review, including an assessment of the Greenbelt review. So effectively, it's acknowledging that requirement, which is obviously one of the factors that inform the fact that we decided to undertake a Greenbelt review to inform this draft local plan. That is as far as the recommendations have informed the Greenbelt review assessment process. It informed the fact that we needed to undertake one, but it's not informed the outcomes of the assessment or indeed our conclusions in terms of where it is or isn't appropriate to release land from the Greenbelt. The rest of the paragraphs just provide a bit of context about settlements that are in or on the edge of the Greenbelt. And obviously you have the inspector's report before you. It's one of the evidence-based documents we've submitted. It is, for your reference,
Don't worry, I can find it easily enough.
EV 10.01, but yeah, I mean, I think the whole point you can just provide a bit of context, but as I said, the examiner's report informed the need to undertake green belt assessment, but it did not inform the scope of that assessment or indeed the conclusions in terms of how it's been applied to identify where land should or shouldn't be released from the green belt.
Thank you, Mr. Corn. Yes, I will go away and look at that and understand it. Mr. Burns, you want to go next?
Sorry, Ma'am, I forgot to put my hand down.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Rouse. Oh, sorry, yes, we just heard from you, Mr. Burns, sorry.
Thank you, Mrs.
It's
Crosby.
much harder doing it virtually than when you see faces.
Thank you, Mrs. Crosby. I wasn't going to say anything on this question, but I'm just going to come back just to clarify a point because it specifically relates to the question, which is picking up on what Mrs. Mulliner said just now, because the confusion, if there is any, about the need assessment that I was referring to is, of course, one not to be undertaken by the Greenbelt assessment. I wasn't suggesting that. I was simply referring to the requirements of paragraph 141 of the NPPF, which require, before you undertake a conclusion there is a need for greenbelt release, to properly assess the needs of the plan, and that's at 141, 141C, and it's a point that I think is not lost on you, Mrs. Crosby, because it's a matter that was raised in your first letter of initial questions, ID 1, paragraph 19. So that's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure there's anything there for the council particularly to respond to, so I'll go to Mr. Hill, and then if the council wants to say anything in response.
Thank you, Inspector Crosby. Can you hear me okay?
I can, yes.
Just a discrete point really in relation to your question on the agenda, which hopefully relates to paras 141 and 142 of the framework. And as you helpfully explained, para 141 is advised the council that the assessment of all other options in advance of the greenbelt release should be undertaken, and then at 142 it goes on to say, when doing that greenbelt review, look at urban areas, PDL, sites well located, public transport, etc. But the point, I suppose, of clarification probably from the council, what they followed that through is paragraph 141 says that this will be assessed with the examination of its strategic policies, which will take into account the preceding paragraph. Now, the preceding paragraph is paragraph 140, and I think that's actually quite an important factor in this, because what paragraph 140 advises us is that the strategic policies should establish the need for any changes to the greenbelt boundaries, and where a need for changes to the greenbelt boundaries have been established, they should be undertaken through strategic policies. So 140, in effect, Inspector Crosby sets the whole scene for 141 and 142 is the way I'm reading it. Now, I've got specific interest for Taylor Wimpey at their land at Albrighton, and you've probably seen through our representations that we're sort of supporting the council and its safeguarding. We were saying it could and should go potentially further in releasing that land for housing specifically. But I think it's very, very important, particularly in the context of Albrighton, that para 140 and the plan does what it should be doing, because policy SP2, as we know, identifies Albrighton as a key centre, and a key component of SP2, its criterion 5B, is to ensure that the growth within these settlements will maintain and enhance their roles and support the key services and facilities and maximise their economic potential. So my point is, is that the needs and the requirements for a settlement wholly contained by Greenbelt, such as Albrighton, located on the very eastern extremities of the county, can't be met elsewhere. Those needs are specific to Albrighton. So we can't be looking to export that growth elsewhere, because the strategic policies of the Plan SP2 say it should go to Albrighton. It's then a question of then, if you follow the logic of 140, you then have to go to finding the most appropriate sites to accommodate that growth. So I suppose it's a point of clarity from the council that they follow that approach, because it's not in your question, which I think is probably an important point, that 140 does set the scene for the whole of the Greenbelt review. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. I'll come back to the council now, and then I'll take Mr. Roberts' question.
Just on the last speaker's point, Mr. Hill's point, actually, I think we can reassure Mr. Hill that that is the process we have sought to achieve here, and that's set out in the topic paper, Greenbelt topic paper from February this year, in section 8, which is the rationale for the Greenbelt release. So we have taken an urban growth agenda. We have looked at the hierarchy of settlements, how they fit into our strategic approach, and effectively our view is on a Greenbelt assessment. We have utilised that hierarchy in looking at options in those urban areas within the hierarchy, and particularly where they are insetting in the belt, that those options were factored in as part of the considerations for the achievement of the strategic approach in those settlements. So that's all in our topic paper, paragraphs 8.18 and 8.19 particularly. So actually, I would largely agree with what Mr. Hill said, and so we've actually achieved that.
Just to add to Mr. West's point, obviously you previously asked the question, Mrs. Crosby, about safeguarded land. In the context of Albrighton, the proposed allocations are the remaining safeguarded land, and obviously as a result of that, the local plan proposes to identify further safeguarded land for future needs. But that was given due consideration alongside other factors within the wider site assessment process when proposed allocations for Albrighton were identified. We very much consider that we've got an appropriate and effective strategy for Albrighton.
Thank you, Mr. Carden. So come next to Mr. Roberts.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm coming through, yes?
Yes, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name's Clive Roberts. I'm representing Save Bridgenorth Greenbelt Group and the Hobbins Management Company. Mr. Carver attended yesterday to make some representations on behalf of the Greenbelt Group. I'm doing both today. Doesn't mean to say I get paid twice, but I'm going to make some rather lengthy representations when we get to the exceptional circumstances element of this paper, and I don't want to be repeating myself too much. And I'm wondering if, because we're dealing particularly with Stanmore and the allocations made for Stanmore, I've got to stray to a degree into because the exceptional circumstances addressed rather than
individual releases and things. So I think that can't be avoided. So don't worry about that, Mr. Roberts. If there's anything, any other sort of general points you want to make at the moment, then
there are a couple of points. First of all, I was going to make the point that your last speaker made, that policy, paragraphs 141 to 143 are in fact governed by 140 to start off with. And what I would say in respect of that is that 140 says that strategic policies should establish the need for any changes. And it doesn't appear to us that in respect of Stanmore, a need has been established that isn't capable of being satisfied, if indeed it needs to be satisfied, anywhere else. You'll see that 141 then goes on to say that we should, 141B says that there should be evidence that possibility for optimizing density of development should be looked at, and we haven't seen any evidence of that. And then that 141C says that the decision should be informed by discussions with neighbouring authorities. Now, I know you've been through that in other sessions, and I don't take up much time on it. And I notice also that it crops up at question 4 for today. So perhaps I can just mention that now, and then I won't have to do it at 4. But if I could just refer you to the statement of common ground with Telford and Wrekin Council, which is EV 036. And when it gets down to Green Belt, which paragraphs 6.8, 6.9, 6.10 and 6.11, at 6.11, the document says, Telford and Wrekin Council have not indicated that they are able to meet these identified Green Belt development requirements, which is basically development in the Green Belt. Now, the phrasing of that is most odd, because if they couldn't meet the requirements, they could have just said so. And what it says is they haven't indicated that they're able to meet it. It's a most weird construction when it's fairly simple to say what they actually mean. And given what Mr. Carver said yesterday, that Telford has got 180 hectares of available employment land and 160 hectares of safeguarded employment land, you would have thought that they ought to have been capable of accommodating somewhere getting close to 11.4 hectares, which is what is proposed at Stanmore within the Telford area. And that's really what Mr. Carver's address was yesterday, that Telford is a big draw. And just like the Marches technology organisation was established at Stanmore, but has since, it was only established 3 or 4 years ago, and it's moved to Telford. That's the trend, because Telford has that important M54 link and a rail link, and it is much more desirable from a business point of view. So I'll leave that one because I don't want to go over what Mr. Carver said. One other point is that the strategic element of the council's approach to Bridge North is that they want to promote Bridge North as a principal centre. Understand that, but I go back to a point that I made on the second day of this. Stanmore is not part of Bridgnorth town.
Sorry,
And
just a second, Mr. Roberts. I just need to close my window.
sure.
Sorry,
Okay.
somebody just started cutting the grass outside my window.
All right. I've got a road outside mine, so that won't happen. Right, so Stanmore is separate from Bridgnorth, and in fact, I have noticed that the Hobbins was actually recorded in the council's hierarchy of settlements document in its own right. It's very small, and so it was obviously carried no services, and so it was dismissed as a settlement for development at that exercise. But it was certainly identified as a separate entity from Bridgnorth, and it's of course in a different parish as well. But the development proposed for Stanmore is supposed, from a strategy point of view, presumably trying to make Bridgnorth more of an attraction in terms of being a principal centre. But in terms of employment supply, that is already catered for. And so the need for 11.4 hectares at Stanmore hasn't been established before we get to any consideration of paragraphs 141 to 143. We've got to establish that need first. What has happened at Bridgnorth is that Stanmore, as I'm sure you've read, was identified as being the site of a new village earlier on in the process. Now that new village was going to have 850 houses and 16 hectares of employment land. A new site came about at Tasley, and the new village is now proposed at Tasley. 1,050 houses and 16 hectares of employment land. Now, 16 hectares of employment land was considered appropriate at Stanmore to start with, but the whole development has now been moved in relation to Bridgnorth. Then it must surely follow, and there's no additional houses. The forecast hasn't been exceeded. The 16 hectares should logically be catered for in that new development. There is no need, or there was no need that was established for Bridgnorth before Tasley came along. There was no need for any further development other than 16 hectares, which has now been switched to Tasley. So I don't think that need has been established in that direction. It was also said the other day that the policy SP10, which is the countryside policy, would apply to Stanmore in future. And there's no need that has been established for development in its rural sense. So I'll leave it at that, because as I said, I'll go back through the exceptional circumstances in more detail later. Just one comment I will make in relation to the SAMDEV inspector's comment about the Greenbelt review, and she made those comments on the basis, or certainly with some influence from the council telling her that there were no other options for development in Bridgnorth other than to look at the Greenbelt. They were very, very clear that they didn't want development elsewhere.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I'll ask the council to respond, and then we'll take a short comfort break.
Thank you, Mark. Sorry, Mark. Just to go over the notes on the points which were being made.
No, that's fine.
just in terms of Stanmore and its context to Bridgnorth, I would point you in the direction of the the settlement specific policy for Bridgnorth, which is policy S3 of the draft local plan, which specifically references that. And so we do read that employment area within the context of Bridgnorth. Okay, so that's our response to that. But of course, the exceptional circumstances argument is a site-specific issue on that particular location. In terms of the strategic policies, I think Mr. Roberts' point was about the lack of strategic policies or direction. I will point you to policy SP11 of the local plan, which obviously is a strategic policy and specifically references our approach for Greenbelt in terms of releasing that, which is subsequently expanded upon within the settlement policies about how that will be achieved in a more development management type policy. We've obviously also got reference within policy SP11 within the explanation as well, also in within our exceptional circumstances argument about our strategic policies and our approach. Paragraph 3.28 of our onwards of our exceptional circumstances argument talks to that point.
Thank you. Can you just pick up on, there was a point made about Telford and Wrekin having lots of employment land close to the boundary, and that they said that they couldn't help. I don't pick on that point.
Well, yeah, obviously that's a point around the cooperation process. You've noted that we've had that conversation with all our neighbouring councils about their ability to and acceptance potentially of accepting this need. We don't consider this to be an unmet need in Shropshire, but obviously we do need to ask the question because it's Greenbelt release. We accept that. We've asked that question, and Telford and Wrekin Council have not accepted any of that need in the process. So we have had the conversation. It's led to a negative response from them. So we have to plan appropriately for Bridgnorth in that context, and that's what we feel as though we have achieved.
Just to supplement Mr. West's point, the specific letter that we sent out to the adjoining authorities is appended to our exceptional circumstances statement, so you've got a copy of that for your information.
Thank you, Mr. Corn. Okay, it's dead up 11 o'clock. We'll take a short break, and then when we come back, we'll move to points point 3 and 4, although I think point 3 and 4 have probably covered quite a lot of 2. I think 3 covers 141A and B, and 4 covers 141C. So we'll just pick up any residual points that anybody's got on those, and then move to question 5, hopefully well before lunchtime. Okay, so it's warm and everybody's working from home. It's not easy working on a screen. So if we take a break for 20 minutes until 11:20, and we'll come back then, just to allow everybody to get a bit of fresh air. Okay, thank you. Okay, it's 11:20, so time to resume. I assume everybody's back in the room. So before the break, we dealt with matter point 2 on the agenda, and I indicated we now move on to 3 and 4, although they pretty much replicate 2 to a large degree. There's just one point that might be useful to hear the council on that I'm not sure they particularly covered to a great degree, and that's the point under question 3, which is about maximising capacity on non-green belt sites and where that's evidenced. And then, unless anybody's got any further points on question 3 and 4, we'll move on to 5.
Mom, that is referenced under the within the housing topic paper and employment topic paper in terms of the site assessments that led to the provision within the rural part of the county. So community hubs, community clusters, and provision within rural areas.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cowden. Mr. Green, did you want to speak on that?
Yes, thank you.
Colin.
Can you see me all right? I appear on a very small screen on my system. I'm not on a large screen. Well, I've got it's an apparently minor point, but it touches on this matter of maximum use of non-green belt sites, partly on that point, partly on point 7, exceptional circumstances, also touches on yesterday's discussions, but I thought I might raise it now. It relates, again, that's one of my concerns, relates to the council's maths in their matter 6 hearing statement, but it casts further light on the employment land assessment. I don't know whether, Mrs. Crosby, you're able to open the council's matter 6 hearing statement. I think actually you've had it in front of you already, I think.
I have, just let me, it's got buried underneath something else here.
Yeah, like
Which page?
I prefer to have things in hard copy. So it's page 11. I'm going to refer to page 11, paragraph 2.6.
Yeah.
Where they do some calculations of percentages they're setting out percentages in assessing whether there's an urban focus to the plan, essentially. And are you able to turn up our own hearing statement for matter 4?
Yeah, if you just give me a second.
Sort of a test of how you store your document.
The council's is a paper version, and I'll just bring yours up as an electronic version.
It's the matter 4 statement, and I'm going to refer you to appendix 1 of that, which we talked about yesterday as well.
So matter 4.
Matter 4.
Just let me find you on the list of
which is
CPRE.
M413 we are.
Yeah, and then it's the appendices.
The appendix, which is the electronic page 9 of ours, which is marked page 39 of 65. I'm afraid I made the mistake submitting all our hearing statements as one block because they all interrelated, but they were split up afterwards.
Right, yeah, I've got that in front of me now.
So the council set out percentages, particularly the ones of employment land, but on our schedule. So they're saying Shrewsbury accommodates 28% of the housing requirement. And in their paragraph 2.6. So on our schedule, you can see that over in the right-hand column. 28% in the second column in from the right.
Yep.
And the same with principal centres, 24%, which we've got that matching 24.4%, 17% for key centres, we've got that matching 16.7%. We didn't, however, do it for employment sites, employment land, partly because of the difficulty that the SP2 guidance is for 300 hectares. that the individual settlement guidelines actually add to 375 hectares. And you'll find that the percentages that Shropshire Council are showing there, so the 27% of the employment requirement is actually, if you look at our schedule, employment land guidelines are the orange highlighted column about in the middle of the schedule. So we've got employment land guideline for Shrewsbury is 100. But that percentage they've got there of 27% is actually 100 divided by 375. So they've recognised that actually there are employment land guidelines of 375 hectares, although SP2 only says around 300 hectares. And they haven't shown that total anywhere on the schedule, but they obviously are using it. So I say that's a minor point arrived at by my routine method of checking their maths. But that all highlights the fact that there is more employment land about and in the supply than the bare figure of 300 hectares, around 300 hectares in SP2 leads you to believe. And that all has a bearing on the total supply of employment land and whether there really is a need, especially whether there is an exceptional need to safeguard the amount of land being proposed from the green belt. So I'd say it seemed a relatively minor point, but it touches on all these other matters as well, as to whether there's a need for the exceptional circumstances release of greenbelt land. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I'll take the council's response to that next, and then I'll come to Ms. Osmond-Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Crosby. I believe we touched on this point yesterday. It's about providing choice and competition in the market effectively, and I believe the settlement strategy specifically recognise that. So if you look at, for instance, the Shrewsbury strategy within S16, it talks about making land available for development to provide choice and competition in the market. So it's in that context that those settlement figures are provided. I think it also recognises the fact that our policies in terms of employment sites recognise that there are a diverse range of uses that are appropriate upon them. We already talked about, for instance, C2 being a secondary use on an employment site as part of our sort of wider strategy for meeting the needs of all the people. There's also, of course, the wider definition of employment within the new e-use class. So I think it's inevitable that employment sites will have more secondary uses, if you like, on them moving forward. So I think that's something that's been recognised in our approach to ensuring that we provide sufficient land to achieve our overall employment land requirements. So I think that goes to the heart of the issue, if you like.
Thank you. Mr. Green talked about the safeguarded land, and as I understand it, that's not released from the green belt. Sorry, the camera went off then, it threw me. I thought it was my camera going off. Yes, it wouldn't be released until there was a demonstrable need for it at some point at a review point in the plan.
As you say, Mrs. Crosby, safeguarded land is land removed from the green belt and safeguarded for development beyond the period that we're looking at within this plan. It is not allocated for a specific use, so we wouldn't predetermine what an appropriate use might be on that land in the future. That would depend on, well, that would be for a future local plan to determine. So it isn't allocated for housing or employment. It is, as you say, it's safeguarded for development in the future to be determined through a future local plan review process.
Yeah, and it would only be allocated if there was a demonstrable need for it, rather than.
Exactly so, and that would be given due consideration within that future local plan review process. Is it required at that stage or not? That is something that would be considered in the future process, not at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Green, your hand's still up. Did you want to make a further comment, or?
Well, only that the amount of land that is proposed to be safeguarded for future uses is dependent on whether such land is needed, which is also dependent on whether there is an excess of supply now. It's all part of the same maths. In arriving at the amount of land that they propose to take out of the green belt, possibly in the future, the quantum of that is dependent on assessments of current need. I'll come on to that. I'll touch on that again specifically on point 7 when we get to it, exceptional circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I won't bring the council back in because I'm not sure there's any additional points to be made there. Ms. Osmond-Smith, do you want to speak next?
Thank you very much, and good morning, Mrs. Crosby. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Excellent. Good morning. Hello. Just before the break, there were some points that were made by Mr. Roberts in respect of the Stanmore Business Park and the proposed expansion of that into Greenbelt land. It seems those points are more sort of suitable for question 7, but I didn't want you to think that there wasn't a response to them or to lose the opportunity to respond to them. Given who my client is, I suppose I'm well placed to provide some information if it would assist you.
Okay, so should we leave that until we get to the exceptional circumstances then? And I sort of hear what you say about reserving your position to speak then. You just have to remember, as I've just pointed out this morning, that the council have to defend their plan and their position. So
absolutely, it just might be that there's some information that I have, given it's my client, that they know a little bit more about the present circumstances, and particularly you've heard a lot about the Marches Centre relocating to Telford. There's a very good reason for that, and I can assist with that at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you. So I assume that there's no more questions on, no more points to be made on point 3 and 4 on the agenda. If you put your hand up now, if there's anything else anybody wants to say. No, okay. So we'll move on to point 5, which is whether meeting some of the housing and employment needs of the Black Country has led to the release or safeguard of more greenbelt land. And I think we've heard quite a lot since last Tuesday about the council's position on the Black Country, and they say that they're not allocating specific sites or releasing more land from the greenbelt than therefore necessarily. I'll just run through. There was a particular point I wanted to raise. Just I think lots of them have already been covered. I think the council answered the point about whether the Greenbelt Review should have been updated in light of the unmet needs, but we'll pick up on that. So the main point I think for me is about if the land's not allocated specifically or land taken out specifically of the Greenbelt, then it's a bit of a circular argument, isn't it? So if Greenbelt release is not meeting the need of the Black Country, then why was the need to allocate the amount of greenbelt land prior to meeting the Black Country needs? So it becomes, as I say, a little bit of a circular exercise. I don't know whether the council want to respond on that particular point, and then I'll open the floor to anybody else that wants to speak.
Yes, Madam, perhaps I could lead off. And you'll recall yesterday, although I think it was reasonably late in the afternoon, that we looked at how it was that the uplift was reached in respect of, we'll take for example the housing figure, and it was the uplift that went from 27,000 odd to 30,000 odd, and the reasons for flexibility that were part of the reason for that uplift. And part of the reason for that was because of the existing relationship with the Black Country and the functional relationships with the Black Country. And in effect, how the council's decision to specifically recognise and accept a 1,500 plus 30 hectare contribution was in effect a recognition of that which was already part of its reason for arriving at the figures of 30,800 and 300 hectares. And therefore that's why the 1,500 wasn't simply added to the 30,800, and it explains why in the context of today no further land was identified and or released from the greenbelt and or safeguarding. So it's all wound up in that process. Now, and so our case to you is that yesterday there is no need to add 1,500 houses to the 30,800, and today there is no reason to consider any greenbelt release or safeguarding. But on the hypothesis that, for example, if you were to come back to us and say, well, there is a need to add 1,500 to the 30,800, contrary to what your case has been throughout these stage 1 hearings, then that might lead to a different state of affairs. But at the moment, predicating on what we've done, our approach to the greenbelt releases is entirely consistent with our approach yesterday under matter 4 and our approach last week on matter 2.
Okay, I think we touched on this yesterday, but for the benefit of people who weren't listening yesterday or partaking in the session, where is it in the council's evidence? So prior to the official request to meet some of the Black Country needs, where in the evidence of the council is it that decision was taken, so that you were actually anticipating, if you like, some inward migration into Shropshire, and therefore that's why you was going for a higher number?
Yes, Mrs. Crosby. I refer to the earlier Regulation 18 consultation documents, and in particular the preferred scale and distribution of development documents. I can provide a reference if that would be helpful. Bear with me a second.
You'll probably find them quite easily.
EB 004.01. In effect, that is the document within which we identified the preferred housing requirements. And within that, in the context of that housing requirement, it very much recognises Shropshire's relationship to the wider area, and including the combined authority that contains the Black Country. And we also obviously talked about the fact that the population growth and the associated household growth in Shropshire is primarily motivated by migration. And of course that migration includes migration from the Black Country. So I think that obviously is a fundamental principle, but in terms of the evidence, I'd refer you to the early consultation documents that sort of set that strategic context within which the housing requirement was proposed.
And I think Mrs. Dillon will have notes on that from yesterday. Further
Yes.
Notes on that from yesterday.
Yeah, I was also taking notes yesterday. It was as much for the benefit of other people on the call that might not have been, because while there's overlap, not everybody's at the same session. Well, we're all at the same session, but not everybody else is. So, and because it's quite relevant to this session. Okay, I haven't got any further questions on point 5. Does anybody else want to make any points before we move on to point 6, which is about safeguarded land? Mr. Rouse.
Thank you, Mrs. Crosby. Just briefly, I'm just want to make sure I understand, and just to pick up, I think, on what Mr. Richards has just said, we know, and I don't need to rehearse, as you've already clarified, that there's no specific sites and no specific land, and it's already been established that there's no greenbelt release for Black Country needs. Mr. Richards has said that that it's implicit that the 1,530 hectares was already inboard in the amounts of land that, or amounts of provision that the council was proposing, so the housing and employment provisions. And Mr. Corden's just clarified, which confirms my own assessment, that those amounts were set at the preferred scale and distribution stage, and we can see that that was at the end of 2017. If what Mr. Richards says is correct, why is it that it is not until July 2020, when we have the Cabinet report, that there is the first acceptance or the first offer from the council to accept 1,500 houses for Black Country need, and then not until December 2020 that there's the first offer to accept 30 hectares of employment need? If those figures were already in the numbers in December or October 2017, why has it taken 3 years to then put that forward? And if we refer to those reports, you know, 5.4, 5.5, 5.9 of the July report, and 525, I think, as the December report, it's quite clear that they're couched in the context of the numbers already having been set. So we've already got a situation. So the July report, by this time, the pre-submission draft is clearly already drafted and in the council's possession. It hasn't yet been consulted upon. But the Cabinet report refers to the pre-submission draft. And of course, by this time, the numbers of need have extended because, of course, the 2-year plan period has been added. So hence the numbers that were 28,750 in the preferred scale and distribution have now gone up to 30,800. And it's that 30,800 as is in the pre-submission draft of the local plan, which at this point hasn't been made public and hasn't been consulted upon, which is set out in 5.4 of the July report, which then it says that will accept, you know, within that, you know, that they will take on the 1,500, and similar approach set out in, let's say, December for the employment land, and that kind of approach of retro absorbing is confirmed by the evidence that we had received yesterday. There is the letter from Mr. West to Ian Cully at Wolverhampton, dated the 7th of July, and the email from Mr. West to Mr. Cully, dated 29th of September 2020, in relation to housing and employment respectively, which both state same effect. I'm quoting from the letter first of all. This additional housing need would not therefore be proposed to be accommodated on a single site allocation, and does not therefore require this not require any further release of Shropshire green belts. And in relation to the employment one, this is a particular point I wanted to make rather. It is considered that any subsequent agreement on the unmet employment need should be of a scale which would neither lead the council to exceed its balanced employment growth level, 300 hectares over the plan period, nor lead to the delivery of urban focus strategy being compromised. So the point was that the amounts and the distribution and the strategy was already set. It doesn't appear that has actually taken account of any Black Country need, because it's only later, 3 years later, that the needs are considered, and the council considered them in such a way that they didn't want to upset the conclusions they'd already made and the strategy they'd already adopted. Anything else I needed to cover? There's a second part, so sorry, that was really the first part in terms of has there been any release of land for those purposes? The answer is, of course, no. And then the second part of question 5 relates to safeguarded land, and again relating it to the Black Country. And I think it's clear that there hasn't been any release of safeguarded land, or it's just, I think it's perhaps helpful to clarify that any land which is safeguarded now in the plan as proposed can't possibly make any contribution to meeting Black Country need, if indeed that was ever intended. And of course, I say those comments in the context of the council's proposal for a review of the plan to accommodate any residual unmet Black Country need as they've set out in the statement of common ground. And of course, we've heard from the Black Country authorities that they disagree with that approach and they want a specific trigger. But either way, the NPPF is clear, paragraphs 140, 143C, 143D, that the permanence of Greenbelt should endure beyond the plan period, i.e. the boundaries of whatever you revise it to be, that safeguarded land should meet longer term development needs stretching well beyond the plan period, and that planning permission for development of safeguarded land should only be granted following an update to the plan which proposes the development. The period of this plan is to 2038. The period of the Black Country plan from which the need arises is to 2039. There is therefore no potential for any safeguarded land in this plan to have been subject to a plan review and to only be released after the end of this plan period to then meet some of the Black Country need in the period up to 2039. It simply doesn't match. So all I say on that is that evidence is that no safeguarding in this plan can help meet the needs of the Black Country.
Just keep your camera on a moment, Mr. Rouse. So if the council decided to do an early review and they could do that prior to 2039. So if there was particular issues that became established through the examination of the Black Country plan, that is for the, that's available to this council to be able to do. Is that? Am I understanding you right? That what you're saying?
Yes. Well, yes, of course, the council can review their plan at any time they choose, can't they? And they've obviously got a statutory duty to do so within 5 years. But the NPPF, if we take it at face value, envisages that, well, I suppose it depends then what the new plan period is. It's a question of how you interpret 143C, I suppose, in terms of what it means in relation to beyond the plan period. Because if we were reviewing the plan to release safeguarded land in the period before 2038, that would appear to be contrary to 143C. So it's better to meet the need now when it arises rather than to rely on a review. And that's our case all the way through, that provision should be met now. And yes, the need is now, and that is clear.
Thank you. I turn to the council, and if you've got any comments you want to make.
Thank you, Inspector Crosby. I'll deal with Mr. Rouse's first point, yeah, in terms of time scales around the duty conversations. Clearly, the duty conversations are an iterative process through a plan making process. It has to be. I would also make the point that the principle of a council accepting an unmet need from a neighbour or closely related council is not one a council takes lightly. it's a very important part of that process, which is specifically why in Cabinet reports that we have taken to Cabinet for approval at the various parts of the plan making process, we have specifically sought Cabinet and member approval to do that around unmet the unmet requirement and our contribution for that. Now, the reason we've done that is because it needs to have a political agreement, and we got that through the process. But that is an ongoing process. We've already pointed out that in our preferred scale of development, we have clearly made it apparent that with a high level of growth that has the ability to incorporate potentially an element of unmet requirement from other councils. As part of the duty conversations, it's just an iterative process to when those agreements happen. And as Mr. Rouse has made clear and has read out from letters from myself to Mr. Cully, those conversations ended up with a position where an unmet need was agreed, or an acceptance of unmet need was agreed, and the manner in which that unmet need would be accepted within the wider growth agenda that we established early on. So I think it's an iterative process, and it needs to be because of the sensitivity around that decision.
With specific regard to safeguarded land, I think we make the point, as we've previously discussed, that safeguarded land is taken out of the Greenbelt for future development. We wouldn't predetermine what that specific development is, or indeed what needs would be met on it. I think that's an important point. Furthermore, I think, as Mr. Richards has explained far more eloquently than I'm going to now, but I think I'd make the point that we don't know the extent of any unmet need for the Black Country at this stage. That is something that will be established through a future examination of the Black Country plan. However, we have already acknowledged the fact that the duty to cooperate process will continue as part of that process between Shropshire and Acker in the context of their plan. And of course, there will be the duty to cooperate in any future review of the local plan for Shropshire. And as part of those processes, if there is an unmet need at that stage, that's something that can be discussed. And the approach to any contribution in Shropshire can be determined. I think I'd also make the point, of course, that we don't want to predetermine what any approach to that meeting that need could be within a future plan, because there are various options available to Shropshire Council, and that would be something that would be considered in that future plan process. And finally, I would make the point that further local plan review could, of course, include a Greenbelt review if that was considered appropriate at that stage.
Thank you, Mr. Conn. So if we bring in now Mr. Roberts.
Thank you. It was just to remind you, ma'am, that in matter 3 discussion last week, the council confirmed that in respect of Stanmore, because it's Stanmore that I'm interested in, the proposed additional allocations were not influenced by the fact that Bridge North was fairly close to the Black Country, fairly close being 20 odd miles away. But that was not one of the things that influenced that particular allocation. Thank you, ma'am, that was all.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I don't think that particularly needs a response from the council, so can I bring in Mr. Hill next?
Thank you, Ms. Crosby. This query relates really to to the council how the plan has followed the evidence on this issue, specifically in the context of Albrighton. The evidence, as we know, is the Greenbelt topic paper, and it's helpfully set out in 6 paragraphs. That's 8.24 to 8.29, and what that advises us is that it's the strategy that has already been mentioned is that's to complement the proposed urban focus strategy, and no specific individual sites or settlements are identified to deliver the need. But what 8.29 advises us is that the central and eastern areas, including Albrighton, have a stronger relationship to the Black Country than any other part of Shropshire, and that those settlements are well placed to accommodate any unmet housing needs from the Black Country. So that's the evidence, and it's fairly self-evident in itself. And I think if you look at Albright as an example, it's, as the crow flies, 8 kilometres from the urban edge of Tettenhall from Wolverhampton. It's the closest of the urban centres to the Black Country. It's a 15-minute train journey away to Wolverhampton city centre from Albrighton train station. So the evidence is fairly clear, and I suppose the issue is that in relation, on the back of that evidence, is that there's an acknowledgement that Albrighton's well placed to deliver on that unmet need, but the plan hasn't done anything about it. And certainly that's the case, as I understand, since the decision was made to change the plan period and increase the housing requirement, and by implications what's just been said, that this buffer incorporates the unmet need. There's been no change to the allocation or housing figures for Albrighton. That stayed the same. So going back to, I suppose, Mr. Richards' hypothesis to you, he put to you earlier, is that if you felt there was a specific requirement for additional housing to be provided for the Black Country's need, that I put it to you that Albrighton is arguably the most appropriate settlement to deliver on those unmet needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Does the council want to say anything before I move on to Mr. Roberts? Have you still got your hand up from before? Does the council want to say anything on those points?
I think we've already addressed our approach, so I don't think we need to say anything further at this stage.
No. Okay, thank you. Mr. Ryan. Oh no, it's not Mr. Ryan, is it? It's
thank you, Marv. It's Ms. Mulliner for Harrow. I think the difference here is twofold. First, we know that there will be further unmet needs to be met. ABCA have highlighted that, and they have flagged that certainly in terms of the housing, that it's likely to be more than the 1,500. And equally, I think with employment, there is likely to be an unmet need for more. I understand the difficulty they have at the moment is that they can't exactly quantify that at this point in time. But the point is there will be more. And I think the other thing that we do understand at this moment in time is that functional relationship between the Black Country and places like Shifnal. And so to that extent, there should be every opportunity taken, I feel, to safeguard as much land as is appropriate to do so. And as is recognised, that safeguarded land isn't about releasing land now, but it is flagging that in terms of unmet need and other needs, these are locations that would fit within still the urban focus, and also in terms of 142 of the NPPF, giving first consideration to land that's been previously developed and or is well served by public transport. So that's why places like Shifnal, every opportunity should be made to safeguard land now. Now, Ma'am, I understand that obviously there is an opportunity to deal with this through the local plan review process, but looking back to Para 140 of the NPPF, you'll see there that actually the greenbelt boundaries are supposed to endure beyond the plan period. So the specific change that I would request for this plan is either to safeguard more land to meet those potential unknown needs, but stretching beyond this plan period at Shifnal, and Harrow do have an emission site which you will be aware of, which is the SH18C north of between the allocated sites and the motorway. So there is that opportunity which would fit with the urban focus and which would be is well served by public transport, or to overcome 140 of the NPPF, at least in the supporting text, some kind of flag that the local plan review process whether you consider that needs to be an early review or not, and I know that's been a subject for discussion else another time during this examination. But Mum, if you consider that early review is necessary, I think there ought to be some kind of recognition in the plan that that review process should include a look again at potential for greenbelt releases to deal with these arising issues. Because if it doesn't, then basically, because of 140, there could well be a resistance to looking at what would otherwise be under, again, para 142 and 143, the most sustainable sites to accommodate that need. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll take Miss Cass and then I'll come back to the council.
Thank you. My comment's going to be very brief because I think Mr. Hill and Ms. Mulliner have covered off most of what I was going to say. But I think it takes us back to the fact that sites have been introduced later in the process, haven't necessarily been assessed in Greenbelt terms as consistently with safeguarded land, and therefore this is a prime opportunity to rectify some of those issues that we've detailed in our hearing statements. And I'd sort of concur that the best approach at the moment, given Mr. Corden's point that we don't know the extent of unmet need, would be to safeguard additional land in those settlements that are recognised to have that functional relationship with the Black Country or around them, to allow the plan to be footloose in moving forward, and also to avoid successive plan reviews at a later date. And sorry, successive reviews of the Greenbelt in plan reviews, which is, cautioned against in 143. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cass. So I'll come back to the council now.
Thank you, Inspector Crosby. In terms of responding to Ms. Mulliner's, I think, first point, which was about sort of a process around the review thing, I just want to make sort of a point here. We're having a lot of conversation, obviously, as we would do. It's the Shropshire examination and ABCA, obviously, as well, because that's a key feature of the discussion, quite rightly so. But clearly, first of all, we do not yet know the level of unmet need from ABCA. Okay, we had evidence that is coming, but that is subject to their examination. It is likely that there will be an unmet requirement, and I recognise that, and we recognise that because we've taken the motions we have done. But we don't yet know what the scale is. And they heard all about this last week in terms of particularly around the SA point and the reasonable options. Okay, so I don't want to repeat that, but it's the same point really. We are where we are in the process. Plan making is a cycle. ABCA are behind us on that point. Now, in terms of ABCA and in terms of how they address their question that they will be posed at their examination, I'm sure, about how they're meeting their need and how have they taken all steps to accommodate that elsewhere. It is not just Shropshire they're having a conversation with, and I think that's a really important point here, because it seems to be, I don't want it to be lost in the process here, that obviously ABCA work within a wider housing market area which Shropshire is not part of, and they are having conversations with those councils as part of their plan making processes as well, the same way they have had the conversation with us. So I think that's an important point here, because it seems to be saying Shropshire Council needs to potentially, on some of the participants today, need to do more now in terms of Greenbelt release to accommodate a yet unknown unmet need. But it's not just a case of ABCA and Shropshire having the conversation. There will be others in that process having the conversation as well. And obviously, we've rehearsed the early review point. Our view is that an early review is not required to meet that requirement. The normal cycle would be sufficient. And by that point, we will know the exact level of unmet requirement, and then we can take on we can reflect upon that at that point in the process to see whether or not that will demand a further greenbelt assessment and review as part of our next local plan review.
Madam, can I just add, as part the plan making timeline is we're here now bringing forward our plan, and you know that the Black Country is bringing forward its plan. You haven't heard yet that coming along behind the Black Country in terms of timeline is Telford and Wrekin local plan. Now, Telford and Wrekin is a new town set up, as you would no doubt be aware, with specific purposes that have relevance to what we're discussing now. And therefore, it is perfectly possible, I don't say likely, but it is possible that all of the unmet need issues might be sorted out by the time that Shropshire Council next comes to consider the next iteration of its plan. You've heard of some offers in South Staffordshire. We haven't heard a lot, and I won't go into the reasons why, about what contribution Telford and Wrekin might make. But there will be discussions to be had at the Black Country local plan and at the Telford and Wrekin local plan about unmet need in the Black Country. And all of that before Shropshire Council embarks on the next iteration of after this one of the local plan. And therefore, to say we ought to be making decisions now and releasing land from the green belt now, either for allocations or for safeguarding, it is not the time and would be not consistent with national policy.
That's absolutely right. Thank you, Mr. Richardson. But I just caveat that slightly to avoid any nuclear incidents with leaders having conversations on the back of that. That is a conversation for those councils to take between each other. On that point, it is not something that Shropshire Council would get sucked into.
No, it's all politically sensitive. I quite understand that. But in terms of the timeline and in terms of how regional or sub-regional planning is done in the absence of a spatial strategy and in the context of the duty to cooperate, that's how it's done.
A couple of questions. I think I know the answers. If you were to provide more housing, more land for employment for the Black Country, you would presumably need to release more greenbelt land, either reduce the amount of safeguarded land or increase the amount of release. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think we'd have to reflect upon that carefully. Clearly, there are options and potentially almost a sequential approach we would take on that. And clearly, we have identified land to be removed from the greenbelt now, but for later, if there was a concern that we do need to allocate more land to accommodate specific requirements of APCA's requirement, it is inevitable. I think we would have to reflect upon that land as part of that process, but I think we would have to reflect upon where we are and the options we had for us at that point in time. That's obviously quite a significant change, and we have to reflect upon that.
And as part of that, do you think it would be necessary to do a joint greenbelt review, so that, I think somebody's touched upon it already, but that you're not looking at your greenbelt in isolation? It might be that there are parcels of land in other people's greenbelt, as you say. There's other authorities involved in this as well, that there might be less harm than harm to Shropshire's greenbelt.
That's an option, I would say. I think it's harder to achieve. I don't think it's necessary under the current arrangements around the duty to do that, but it's certainly an option that is open. But that's obviously subject to further conversations if that transpires to be the case with relevant adjoining councils as part of that, part of their plan making process.
Okay, thank you. I'll take Ms Allen next.
Thank you, ma'am. So Julia Allen Bruton Knowles on behalf of Shifnal Town Council, Shifnal Matters and Tong Parish Council. Our client has specifically asked that we just sort of raise points regarding both the release of greenbelt and safeguarded land at this stage, generally raising concerns in respect of quantity of land that has been identified as safeguarding around Shifnal without a robust methodology and quantifying the actual needs and unmet needs around this settlement, given pressures to do with infrastructure and other matters. I think we've noted that the comments from Harrow Estates and others that now is the time to increase areas of land included for safeguarding in this review. The council have responded to that and have said that they feel that they have addressed that adequately at this time, although it is unclear quite how they've based their or quantified their allocation of safeguarding around Shifnal, and I think there is greater, there appears to be greater pressures that this will sort of increase. Oh, there's potential for this to increase as part of the Black Country sort of review goes forward, and I think that this needs to be reviewed at this stage a bit more closely, because there is, whilst the council's representatives have said there is unlikely that this safeguarded land will be brought forward prior to the end of this review, there is every opportunity that it could be reviewed and brought forward as an allocation, and as opposed to just being treated as safeguarding if that need were pushed forward sooner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Allen. I'll take Mr Rouse and then I'll come back to the council.
Thank you, Mr Crosby. I wasn't intending to come back in, but just to clarify 2 points, I think, please. I think Mr Richards is straying into new territory with suggestions of Telford, and what or not they may or may not do in relation to duty to cooperate, but I don't think today's session is the appropriate place for that. That was something that should have been raised in relation to matter 2, I think, and Mr Reid would deal with that. So if that's something that's worthy of discussion, we can return to it, but with the appropriate preparation. And in relation to the, I think it's worth just touching on the assertion there's not known about what the unmet need of the Black Country is. It's clear, it's stated. I mean, Mr West has stated it, Mr Richards, I think, has stated it, certainly the council stated it more than once, that they accept that there is a residual unmet need over and above the 1,530 hectares, and people claim they don't know the scale of it. But the existence of a likely unmet need is a need which needs to be taken into account. And I'm sorry, I'm straying into other territory here, but I'm having to respond to what's been said. So there is a known need as a strategic matter which should be dealt with by this plan, and that hasn't been done. So the latest position on the need, and of course it's 28,000 houses and 210 hectares of employment land, and the latest position on trying to get that down that Mr. Richards suggests will have magically evaporated by the time we return to a plan review, which is clearly the council's strategy, I don't think is going to materialise in that way, because the Black Country has set out in a letter dated 26th of April, which you have in evidence, I believe. I can't give you the number, I'm sorry, but
yes, I have that.
You know the letter I'm referring to, sets out the optimistic positions of the Black Country authorities in relation to all the potential sources of provision which they've managed to identify from doing a complete trawl at the moment. And in that, Telford is not identified as making any provision. So, you know, there's expectations, as you know, there's no committed supply from any of those sources yet. There are expected supplies, potential supplies, and some which are vague because they're potentially, as other people have said earlier in other sessions, potentially for Birmingham's need, and the proportion which would be for Black Country is not yet defined. So, but even with that, we know that there is a residual shortfall of 11,000 houses or so, and 113 hectares of employment land. So that is a pretty good known likely position, which should be being dealt with through the plan and feeds into, therefore, what I said earlier about the Greenbelt assessment and what should have been considered through that process as the needs that need to be accommodated by the plan. So I just wanted to clarify on that, and I'm sorry to have to come back on it.
Thank you. I'll bring the council in now if you want to make any further comments.
I don't think we need to make any further comments at this point. Aside from just reiteration, really, that obviously the duty process is not only with us from ACCA, but that point's been made, so I won't reiterate that.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, my colleague has just reminded me that obviously we do need to respond to Miss Allen on that point. I think
yes, I mean, I think we just make the overarching point that we consider the strategy for Shifnal as effective. It has been informed by the role of the settlements within the hierarchy of settlements and the focus principles that underpin our spatial strategy for the distribution of development. It's also been informed by specific consideration of the characteristics, constraints and opportunities that exist in the settlements. In terms of the levels of safeguarded land, Shropshire Council's exercised professional judgment and has sought to ensure that when doing that exercise that we ensure that land is available for development in the longer term, consistent with the requirements of the National Plan Policy Framework. And we feel that we've complied with that process, and we consider that our approach in Shifnal is appropriate.
Thank you. Ms. Allen, did you want to come back?
Yes, thank you very much for the council for clarifying that point. I think it would be helpful just if there could be some further clarity on the sort of safeguarding allocation, which I appreciate we're probably straying into the next sort of question, and it may be that it's better raised at that time. But I think the council say they've sort of referred to professional judgment in the safeguarding allocation, and I think it would be helpful if that sort of point could just be teased out a little further, because, as I said, it may be better at the next question, but I think sort of clarity is required on the sort of area of safeguarding. And I think if there is to be a review of sort of green belt release, then it should be sort of preferably based on a sort of a more quantifiable basis than sort of professional judgment here, because I think whilst the National Planning Policy Framework does provide reference for the local authority to make provision for safeguarding land. I think given we've just heard various comments about other pressures potentially coming from the Black Country and others, then a sort of more consolidated or a sort of wider review of the green belt in conjunction with sort of other green belts as you yourself have raised should sort of inform these sort of safeguarding land issues as opposed to solely the review for the Shropshire Council. Thank you.
Did you want to, we're coming on to that question next, question 6. Is there anything else you want to add while we're on question 6?
Yeah, not just at this stage, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the council want to make any further comments? Does the council want to say anything in terms of 6? I'm not sure I've got any questions on that. I think we've probably covered it. There's arguments both ways. Some people say there's too much safeguarded land, some people say not enough. It's
Mark, we've set out our understanding of safeguard provision and how that might take us through 2 future plan periods, so 2038 and then 2058. We're confident that that provides us with sufficient land for those 2 plan periods without, to hit on Mrs. Allen's concerns, without suggesting too much of a land release from the Greenbelt. So we feel we have the balance right, and we feel that will give us some longevity in the planning of Shropshire and those settlements within the Greenbelt.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. Yeah, I've read the sort of methodology that you've gone through and things in terms of that. So.
Can I just make one final point really on that one? It was just to say, really to clarify that obviously we do not yet know what that land could be used for in terms of end uses. So it is a difficult task to do at this point in the process, but it's a task we have to do, and we sought, as was just said, a professional judgment and a balanced approach to achieving that. But clearly, when we get to review the local plan next time round, we will have a better understanding of what potential land use requirements there may well be on that land or not at that time. So just a point in time, we don't yet know what that land use is going to be.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to make any comments on point 6? Okay, I get the impression that point 7 is going to be quite a detailed discussion with probably lots of people wanting to take part. It's 8 minutes until lunchtime. I'm thinking that it's probably better to break for lunch now and come back and deal with that this bigger topic after lunch, rather than listening to one person and then having a break. I think we've got enough time in the programme that we can still have a full hour, not just slightly more than an hour. So we'd come back at 1:30 just in case anybody was planning on, doing something in terms of being back at 1:30. So if we break now and as I say, come back at 1:30 and deal with question 7. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes.
Hello, welcome back everyone. Are there any points that anybody's got before we move on to point 7 on the agenda?
Ma'am, it's pretty much from the council. Just a point of clarity on the information that was submitted yesterday regarding the timeline of correspondence between ourselves and ABCA. It just been noted that I think one of the appendices, which was the letter from July 2020 from myself to Mr. Cully, the date on that letter says it says yesterday's date on it. So I don't want anyone to think it was written and sent this week. What's happened is when that's been saved from the attachment, it's just auto put on yesterday's date on that one. So please, yeah, just making sure no one had
that's fine. I understand, yeah, what happens sometimes with these documents. Yeah, okay.
It's just only that point really clarity.
Okay, thank you. So we'll turn to point 7 on the agenda, which is about exceptional circumstances. I think it was indicated there's quite a lot of people want to speak on this matter. First on my list, I've got Ms. Herity. Sorry, I should have said first, did the council want to say anything? Does the council want to say anything on exceptional circumstances before we?
I think on this matter, I think it'd probably be easier to in a room actually on this one. So happy to respond as we go.
Yeah, I agree, and I've got a few points, but they might get taken up by other people, so I'll wait and see. I think the easiest thing is to open it up. Sorry, Ms. Herity, do you want to come back?
Thank you, Mum. I just wanted to raise a very quick point on question 6 before we move on to question 7. Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. It's Jessica Herity, Turley, representing Vistry Homes. As we set out in our Regulation 19 representations, we do not consider the extent of safeguarded land included in the plan to be sufficient to meet longer term needs. In particular, an insufficient amount of safeguarded land has been identified at Albrighton, proportionate to the role of the settlement in the hierarchy and its sustainability. Furthermore, we have significant concerns regarding whether some of the safeguarded land at Albrighton is actually appropriate for housing delivery in the future. As these are relatively site-specific issues, we will be addressing those later on in the Albrighton site-specific hearing session. Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Herity. Moving now to exceptional circumstances. Have we got anybody that wants to speak? A few people indicated this morning that they've got points to make. Mr. Rouse.
Thank you, Mr. Crosby. Just a quick point, I think, really, which flows on from what I've said this morning already. But in relation to exceptional circumstances, it's really only after having carried out a proper assessment of the BCA unmet needs in accordance with NPPF 11B, which and then in court in relation to NPPF 141, as we've touched on this morning, that proper assessment of need should first determine whether there are development needs that require greenbelt release, and then you undergo the greenbelt assessment. And Mr. Reid has obviously covered those in matters 1, 2, 3 and 4 already, that such an assessment has not been carried out. But I come to, I took you this morning to the cabinet reports where the council's offer to accept the 1,500 and the 30 hectares were made, which were the 20th July 2020 and the 7th December 2020, which are appended to our Matter 2 statement. And it's only in those, and I made the point this morning that there's an unclear or uncertain process of assessment of how sites have been assessed, and I can see that the Greenbelt assessment carried out a review of areas of Greenbelt in locations where it has already been determined that there would be some release of Greenbelt, and there was a comparative exercise carried out perhaps in those very specific locations to determine what level of Greenbelt or what specific piece of land should be released. But to my knowledge, I can't see how a proper assessment of the Greenbelt has been carried out to assess where land more generally should be released, taking account of wider needs and how that decision-making process has flowed through. And the only place where we get any clarity about, such as it is, about the assessment of exceptional circumstances in relation to the M54 corridor, and in particular the J3 site, and I'm sorry I have to be site specific here, because as we know, this is the only place where we're considering the Black Country needs, there having been no specific sites allocated for it. That is in those reports that that it also the council talks about its conclusions in relation to the assessment of exceptional circumstances. So it's in the July 2020 report, it's at 517, and in the December report, it's at 528. And there's no explanation, there's no analysis, there's no justification. It simply concludes that there is insufficient justification to progress an exceptional circumstances argument for the release of the land. But as we've said, that's without having undertaken a proper assessment of the need. And so that assessment seems to our case to be flawed. And if that assessment of the need was undertaken properly, then we suggest that there would be exceptional circumstances to justify the release of land for the Greenbelt to meet the BCA, the backcountry needs, and that would be a strategic site in the M54 corridor.
Thank you, Mr. Rouse. Does the council want to come back on that point? It's quite a specific point, so it might be worth.
Yes, madam. The question is whether exceptional circumstances exist to justify the local plan's proposed removal of land from the Greenbelt. We're not proposing to release Junction 3 M54 from the Greenbelt. Now, I quite understand that a very persistent case has been made for Black Country needs, but that we've already dealt with in other parts of the examination hearings. I don't know whether Mr. Rouse is saying that no land should be released from the Greenbelt, or that the land we're proposing to release should not be released. He seems to be saying more land should be released, which doesn't really go to the heart of question 7, unless I've misunderstood question 7.
Thank you. Now, I think you're correct, Mr. Richards. We'll move on. Ms. Osmond-Smith.
Thank you, Mrs. Crosby. It was just to come back on those points that were made this morning by the Save North Greenbelt representatives, and also yesterday some of the similar variations on a theme were made in the context of those discussions. But just responding to those, by way of background, Stanmore is an existing industrial employment site. It's 6,500 square metres of mixed industrial buildings. The units vary from around 100 square metres to 5,000 square metres. And there are a large variety of tenants with an emphasis on high specification engineering and the automotive industry, as you'll have read in the Greenbelt Exceptional Circumstances document from the council, which is EV051. So there are about 40 businesses and 500 to 600 staff on site, and undoubtedly you will probably...
Just check before you carry on, are you seeking a change or objecting to anything? Because it's for the council to explain what the exceptional circumstances are.
Yes, no, I understand that, Ma'am, but of course the representations this morning have sort of gone to site-specific matters, and Stanmore is my client, and I have some information that essentially will assist in those points that the council will undoubtedly come back on. But it's by way of response to that, because otherwise those points on a site-specific basis have been made, they're left hanging, and I don't have an opportunity to respond to them.
Well, as I said, yeah, I explained this morning to somebody else that, you know, there's lots of people we've turned away from the examination and said that they couldn't take part because they weren't seeking changes, and you know, they were seeking to promote their site that was already in the plan, etc., and deal with any sort of objections that came up from people. So I do have to stop you unless, and you know, if you can feed comments through the council. Or they can ask for your help. If the council need your help to explain their position, then we'll deal with it that way. Mr. West, do you want to?
Yeah, thank you, Inspector Crosby. It's just a point really on this one. I think I've already made the point about what the council's position is in regard to Stanmore Employment Park and the importance of that, which has led through to our exceptional circumstances argument, that if you do require further information on that, the council would be happy to expand upon that conversation as best we can. Obviously, we do have a section of our council Invest in Shropshire / economic growth, do a lot of support for immediate investment into the county, and we might be able to furnish you with additional information which further supports that position if you so required, which I think gets partly to the point of Ms. Osmond-Smith's point on this one in argument.
Thank you. I just had one question around that, and probably if I ask the question, you both stay on screen, and then if between you need to respond to it. If the council can respond, and if they need help, then maybe you can help Miss Osmond-Smith. So it was around this the Matches Centre of Manufacturing Technology, which people are saying is closed, and whether that affects the council's justification for removing land from the green belt around Bridge North. So I think that was a central plank of the exceptional circumstances.
Yeah, okay, we'll respond on that one. Yes, it has. That Centre of Excellence has moved out. It's moved to a new location, so it's not on the park anymore. It was mentioned in the exceptional circumstances argument, but I would point out that to the best of our knowledge, that premises has been relet, and so is an existing premises with occupation for commercial land on that site. Okay, so obviously some of this relates to commercial sensitivities around this as well, but the headline here is that location is occupied.
Okay, so the argument remains the same. There's just a different user in the building.
In effect, yes.
So yeah, so it doesn't matter who's in there. The fact is there's somebody in there occupying it.
Well, yes, I think I would say obviously our exceptional circumstances argument did specifically reference that particular end user, but I think it is the wider point is that that is occupied, and that there is a case to be made, in our view, around the expansion of that park on the basis of the occupied units. So yes, I don't think it alters our case on that point.
Just to expand on Mr. West's point, I think our view is that it remains a focus for advanced manufacturing and engineering in Shropshire, and those are sectors that were identified in our economic growth strategy as of particular importance in the Shropshire context. And I think that gets to the heart of the value of that site in a Shropshire context.
Okay, thank you. And the nature of that business that's relocated there, is that manufacturing and technology? I mean, I know you can't, you probably can't say who it is, but.
Well, possibly might be able to get back to you on that one, if that's okay, Inspector Crosby. I'm just communicating at the moment with our economic growth department on that one. So I think if there's a point that you want clarification on, we can provide clarification on that as best we can. That's okay. I wouldn't want to say anything today which is wrong, basically. So I just want to make sure.
And do you need any help from Ms Osmond Smith on any of this?
I don't think so on this point. If we do, we'll ask. If that's okay. If that's okay with Ms Osmond Smith, of course.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take Mr Hill next then.
Thank you, Mr Crosby. A point of clarity, really, I was seeking from the council's evidence and what I think may be a slight omission in their evidence on specifically in relation to this question. The council's exceptional circumstances report is very helpful, EVO 51, specifically in relation to Albrighton. At paras 5.48 to 5.63, it explains or gives the council's justification for the exceptional circumstances specific to Albrighton. And I won't go through those in any detail, but they cover, firstly, supporting the role and function of Albrighton, secondly, meeting local needs in the future, thirdly, sustainable patterns of development, and fourth, the Greenbelt performance. Those are fine, I have no issues with those. But if you read through those, Inspector, the one, well, two areas which you don't see any reference to, and one point was firstly made last week at the special strategy session, was the historic level of under-delivery, of under-supply of housing. There's only been 88 completions in the last 14 years at Albrighton. And the preferred sites consultation basically said the delivery of Albrighton has been modest as a result of the Greenbelt boundaries. So that's the first point. And the second point is possibly a more substantive point. The justification for the exceptional circumstances doesn't reference anywhere the relationship with RAF Cosford. And there's no mention within that of it. And you'll probably be maybe familiar with military bases up and down the country have a very, well, you may not, a close synergy with settlements that they adjoin are very close to. Albrighton's no different to that, in that there are a number of military operatives who reside and live in Albrighton, and similarly a number of people who work at the base live in Albrighton. And to give you an example of that, the Albrighton Primary School, approximately 2/5 of the children are from the occupants of RAF Cosford. So there's a very, very clear synergy between the two. Now, the one issue I wanted to draw your attention to is in the plan itself, and it's in the section that talks about RAF Cosford, and it's on page 309 of the plan. What that tells us, what that advises us, is that at para 7.7, and something I'd welcome some clarification from the council on. It talks about the Defence Training College. It's an internationally recognised defence training college that exists at Cosford, but there are very big expansion plans proposed, and para 7.7 advises us that estimates from strategic estate level planning indicate over the next 10 years, RAF Cosford would see in the region of an additional 1,500 people, that's staff and student population, and that could increase further. Now 1,500 people is in itself the size of a fairly large village, so it's very substantial. And then the justification goes on to explain that this would include the need for additional training facilities, technical accommodation and domestic accommodation. Now, welcome the council's clarification on what how that's featured in the plan at all, and that must be an exceptional circumstance or part of the exceptional circumstance, given the synergy between Cosford and or Brighton. If there's that level of additional people coming to live at Cosford because of the expansion plans of the college, that's inevitably going to have knock-on implications for the settlement itself. So firstly, the point is that those two issues haven't featured in the exceptional circumstances report, and secondly, if the council can provide any more information in relation to that expansion plans. I've tried to have a look, but I can't see anything further than that information that's in the plan itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. I'll bring the council in now.
Thank you, Mrs. Crosby. First and foremost, I'd make the point that the strategy for Albrighton very much recognises the relationship with RAF Cosford, and in fact that's referenced within the explanation to the settlement policy S1, which is about Albrighton. In terms of the exceptional circumstances, I think it's important to recognise those exceptional circumstances are for proposed land that is to be safeguarded for future development, rather than land that is proposed to be released specifically for development at this time, and as such they're in that context rather than for meeting specific needs at this point in time. We consider the exceptional circumstances are and justify the release of that land as safeguarded land. I'm sure that's something obviously you form view on. With specific regard to RAF Cosford, as I'm sure you can appreciate, there is a certain amount of sensitivity in terms of the information that the RAF, the MOD are able to provide to us in terms of their plans, and everything that we're aware of is documented within our documents. As we understand it, there is no need being identified by the MOD for additional land outside of the RAF Cosford strategic site to support their aspirations for the site. That is our understanding of the situation. As I say, there is a certain amount of sensitivity with that data, and we respond to the best information we have available to us in terms of what their plans and aspirations are. But we very much are alive to that issue, and you know, we deal with them as we consider appropriate. But as I understand it, their intentions are to meet their needs within the strategic site itself. It is in effect a self-contained site, and it already does include accommodation, both family housing and housing for those using the training facilities available to it. And obviously the proposals, the proposed strategic site would allow for the intensification of those uses in terms of the training, but also the support associated with that, specifically for military and charitable purposes that are associated with those users.
Thank you, Mr. Corden. Mr. Roberts, do you want to go next?
Thank you, Ma'am. Again, these are site-specific comments, but they have an influence on this. Sorry, the strategy has an influence on those.
Just put your camera on, Mr. Roberts. Great, thank you.
Do I look better now?
Yes, definitely.
There are strategic issues in all of these site-specific comments, and the first one, I think, is that before we actually get to the exceptional circumstances, there has to be, as we said earlier today, there has to be need demonstrated, and it needs to be some sort of strategic need rather than just the need of a landowner or a developer. And it says at paragraph 140 of the framework, strategic policies should establish the need for any changes. So it's the policies that establish the need, and that we think is where this particular allocation, or these two particular allocations, fall down before they even start, because the need in strategic terms doesn't appear to be there. We are concerned, I'll say this now, because I may well forget it by the time I've finished. The last sentence of paragraph 140 says, where a need for changes to greenbelt boundaries has been established through strategic policies, so once the need has been established at a strategic level, detailed amendments to those boundaries may be made through non-strategic policies, including neighbourhood plans. And we're obviously very concerned that if these two allocations are accepted, that in future boundaries may change without necessarily going through any sort of strategic assessment. And that, of course, will be the same for all allocations that are currently in the Greenbelt, wherever they may be. Right, so if I could just deal with that need issue before, but at first, it's not at all clear how 11.4 hectares came to be considered to be appropriate for the development of this land. I told you earlier about this having been a site for a new village, where 16 hectares of land was allocated, and then that new village was relocated to Tasley, where 16 hectares of land have been allocated. When that change took place, all of a sudden, Stanmore suddenly needed 11.4 hectares. And we haven't been able to see any detailed examination of why that 11.5 hectares became necessary. There were no additional houses that would have justified that additional employment land. And so there's no identified need, as far as we can see, for that further development at Stanmore. Certainly there's no need for that development in terms of rural employment, because there are very, very few houses there. And of course, we heard yesterday about the imbalance between housing and employment allocations, and how some representatives were suggesting that the way to deal with that was to vastly increase the number of houses in the county. Well, the opposite may also be reasonable. A sensible number of houses has been allocated to Bridge North. It's a large percentage on the current population, but nevertheless, it seems to have been accepted that that's reasonable. 16 hectares, again, is slightly on the high side for that number of people, that number of houses. But there's no justification at all for going any further and suddenly requiring an additional 11.4 hectares. That, in fact, would be a further imbalance as far as Bridge North is concerned. In the assessment, in the Greenbelt release, exceptional circumstances, there are a couple of pages that deal with the need, but nothing about factors that I would have thought would have had some bearing on the need for employment in these areas. For instance, unemployment records. That will have an influence on allocations in Bridge North, because unemployment is at a lower level here than the county level, and quite a bit lower than the national level. So there's not a great sea of unemployed people in Bridge North that would need this extra 11.4 hectares. The percentage of the population in Bridge North that is over 65 is far greater than both Shropshire and nationally. And so again, that reduces, obviously, as a consequence of those two factors, the number of people that are economically active in the area. Therefore, there's less need for large areas of employment land to be allocated. Right. Just by the by, we've noted that there's no safeguarded land included in this. And that would imply that the council know very well how much land is necessary, who's going to occupy these places. And if they think that this land is it, as far as expansion in this area is concerned, then that could have been written in the plan. But the fact that they haven't included any safeguarding land implies that they know that that's going to be the limit of it. And yet there's no information in any of the documents that I've been able to find that gives an idea of the number of firms, the type of firms that would want to locate here, and over what period that may be undertaken, and then whether it would be, having established a strategic need in this area, whether it be the basis for further extensions in the future. And that is obviously a real concern. If I could turn to the exceptional circumstance document, I'm sure you've got that, EV051. The first thing you do is see if there's any alternative options. And at paragraph 7.55, the council starts to examine whether any alternative options. And what they do is say that Stanmore is a centre of excellence for engineering, and then we hear a lot more about what Stanmore is about. And the March's technology operation is presented there as being an important element in that assessment. They go on that Stanmore has a potential to support the achievement of the development strategy for Bridge North, many other places. Then it goes on that Stanmore Industrial Estate presents unique characteristics to support commercial operations, and that it represents a locally, regionally, and nationally aspiration for the growth of Shropshire. Nowhere in that is there an examination of alternative options. We hear a lot about how good Stanmore is and how it needs to be looked after, but there's no examination of other alternatives. Goes on, don't open the pages. Alternative options for the expansion of Stanmore. First alternative option for the expansion was densification. Well, we know from information that Mr. Carver presented yesterday that there are still parts of this site, the original Stanmore site, that are not developed from when it was taken over as an employment site. So the idea that there's a fast throughput of different employers through this site is not correct. If they need densification, then it's not correct to present the place as being pretty well developed out, because it isn't. That appears to be the alternative option, and that's the end of that. So it seems to me there is no established need, and there's no evidence presented anywhere which would establish that there is a need. So now we get to exceptional circumstances. And the first exceptional circumstance, if I can find it, yeah, is supporting the role of Stanmore Industrial Estate. Well, as I've said, there's no evidence. There's no evidence of the need that is there. There's no list of commercial companies that have applied to go there and have been rejected. There's no record of inquiries requiring certain sizes of buildings. In fact, there's no evidence at all there, other than the fact that the council believe that Stanmore Industrial Estate is unique. But that's a matter of opinion. The site has further enhanced its links to the engineering and advanced manufacturing sector through the establishment of the Marches Centre for Manufacturing and Technology. Well, there is a large engineering company there. The last significant size engineering company was Coram, the shower making people. That's gone. So to characterize all the development that's gone on there as advanced engineering is not the case. There is a variety of users there now, and I think the council are talking about quite a wide range of use classes that would be accommodated there. The Marches Manufacturing Centre, Marches Centre for Manufacturing Technology has gone. It went to Telford, and I think if you take a look at our hearing statement, there are a couple of press cuttings there from the director of the centre giving the reasons why they moved. It was a decision by the organisation to make the move because Stanmore wasn't suiting them. So, on the basis of the first exceptional circumstance, there is no evidence to justify making that a reason to take this out of the green belt. You did ask the council about the occupier that was going into this place, the building that was occupied by the Marches Technology. From what I understand, I could be wrong, but they're probably not there yet because the planning application to convert the building hasn't been determined. It is in fact a change of use. The application is a change of use from a training facility to general industry, a general industrial use, and that was submitted in March, and it's not been determined yet. In fact, it involves an incineration process, and the application includes a couple of flues and a big water tank. The council have accepted it as a Class B use, but I'm not at all sure that would be correct because it's an incineration process. But if they've gone in there now, they've gone in without a planning permission. So that is taking place. There is another permission for four big buildings that was granted in 2021, but that hasn't started yet. The next exceptional circumstance, the upshot of that is that this isn't a particularly special industrial estate, and though the council might wish to promote it as being an advanced manufacturing centre, the reality is something a little different. The next exceptional circumstance is supporting the medium and long-term needs of existing businesses. Well, again, there is no evidence of the businesses that are operating on the site inquiring after wanting more land or new buildings. In fact, over the past 10 years, although there have been various planning permissions to put a new roof on a building or do a small extension, there have been very, very few significant permissions granted. Supporting the medium long-term needs of existing businesses is nothing special. I would guess that 90% of all landowners would be looking to do that. It's not an exceptional circumstance at all. At paragraph 779, all we've got is a sentence which starts anecdotally. So it's not actual evidence at all. It's what the estate managers at Stanmore have. They undertook a survey of existing businesses, and that's not quite the same as the local authority doing a proper examination of what the needs of the estate are, and whether the people that are involved would be genuinely interested in further expansion. So although the council say that represents an exceptional circumstance, we just don't accept that. Next one is attracting new businesses, particularly those in engineering and advanced manufacturing centre. Again, there's no evidence at all that that aspiration is likely to happen. Again, there are no lists, there are no names, there are no sizes, there's nothing other than the council hoping, and it seems to me that's about the size of it. They hope that these 11.4 hectares will be used up, but there's no evidence to support that they will. Indeed, 7.82 again says, finally, the site's attraction is further enhanced due to the presence of the Marches Centre for Manufacturing and Technology. And it isn't. So again, that's not an exceptional circumstance. Next one is supporting the strategic role of Bridge North. And the strategic role of Bridge North is being supported by the allocations of housing and employment land, which you would hope would be in balance. That, because of the location of the new village close to the existing town, apparently within walking distance, maybe not for me, but for most people, according to the stats, to the town centre, that is in line with the urban focus that the council want to adopt. The urban focus is hardly likely to be furthered by putting a sizable addition to an industrial estate that is in open countryside, which is the situation at Stanmore. So that isn't an exceptional circumstance, because the strategic role of Bridge North is being catered for in any event. Supporting the aspirations of the economic growth strategy for Shropshire. Well, these are aspirations, and I do understand that aspirations can be taken as exceptional circumstances, but you might expect aspirations of that nature to be backed up by some sort of factual information, that they've researched the issue and found that there were people, maybe from the Black Country, ready and willing and wanting to move down to Stanmore. There's nothing like that. There's nothing like that. And I would suggest then that that isn't an exceptional circumstance either. So all in all, we would say that number one, there's no demonstrable need for this these allocations, and as they are in the green belt, it's necessary for the council to show exceptional circumstances, and they haven't done so. The one thing, just to conclude, and I will be quiet after this, if these were not to be allocated, but there was to be an approach by a significant operator to locate at Stanmore, then he, she or it would still be able to make a planning application if they can show very special circumstances. So it's not putting the lid on the situation if these are not allocated, but if they are allocated, there is, number one, no guarantee that they will be developed for employment. Number two, no guarantee that they will be developed by advanced engineering operators. And number three, no guarantee that they're going to promote the strategic importance of Bridge North. There are no proposals, as far as I'm aware, to improve communications with Stanmore. The roads that go off towards the Black Country are not good by any means, and certainly if you've got to increase the number of industrial vehicles up and down those roads, it isn't a good idea. There's no proposal, as far as I'm aware, to improve the road link with Telford. There's no rail link. Bridge North does have a railway, but it's for Christmas parties and things like that. It's not an operating railway, and so we just can't see any basis on which these allocations meet any of the strategic objectives of the local plan review as it stands. I think I finished. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I'll ask the council to come back on those points of Mr. Roberts.
Excuse me. Thank you, Inspector Crosby. Got a lot of information to unpack there, but I think our response is fairly high level. To be honest, we will refer to bits of the exceptional circumstances argument in a second to point you where we do think it is justified and exceptional, contrary to Mr. Roberts' point. But before I get to that, I just wanted to again touch upon, because I know Mr. Roberts has mentioned it again, about the occupation of that particular location for the Centre of Excellence, which is obviously relocated. As I said, the council aren't in a position as of today to talk any more about the specifics about who that end user is. Obviously we work, our Invest in Shropshire team work with employers and respond to any good investment opportunities, so that's why we know what we do know, but I can't mention anything more than that. But I do understand that it is a company which is responds to advanced manufacturing end use on that point. Okay, but I'll say I can't indicate any more. If Miss Osmond Smith can, she can, but from a council perspective, I'm not allowed to say any more.
I don't think it's critical to our findings.
Right, okay, that's helpful. Just a couple of points again before we get onto our exceptional circumstances argument, which I think the first point Mr. Roberts concluded with was about the. I think he said that there was no certainty about whether these the leases would come forward for employment. But I think that's what the gist of the point 1 was said. And obviously, yes, we are proposing that this land is released from Greenbelt, but we're also proposing to allocate those for employment use specifically. So they are employment allocations. They're not housing allocations. They're employment, and so we do think they will, because of the information we have and the rationale we have in our exceptional circumstances, we do think that this will be occupied within the lifetime of this plan for employment purposes. If it does not happen, the view of the plan is it won't happen for anything else. So it's employment or nothing on that side from our perspective. So just wanted to make that point as well. So I'll pause there, and I think I'll hand over to Mr. Claude and just to run you through the exceptional circumstances case that we have put together.
Thank you. I will try and keep this very high level because I'm aware, obviously, you've got information before you. But in summary, we do consider the site as a sub-regional employment site in the Shropshire context, and it's a focus for advanced manufacturing and engineering. That is our view of the site. In terms of our assessment of options, we're very much aware of the importance of that process, and that is documented within our exceptional circumstances statement, specifically paragraph 7.55 to 7.63, and the conclusions are sort of 7.58 onwards. We also specifically look at the alternative options for the expansion of Stanmore Industrial Estate itself within paragraph 7.64 and 7.65. So you've got that information before you. And then in terms of the exceptional circumstances, we documented them within paragraphs 7.66 to 7.94. We consider those exceptional circumstances justify our proposed approach to the site in terms of its release from the Greenbelt. And I think in terms of the approach and the allocation, what I would say is it clearly provides certainty for investments if the land is allocated for employment, whereas an approach which would focus on very special circumstances doesn't provide that certainty. And I think that's quite an important point in the context of employment development in that location. Yeah, I think that provides a high-level summary. If you do need more specific information, then you may wish to refer to Ms. Osmond-Smith, who obviously is representing the landowner themselves. But I think all the information in terms of our exceptional circumstances position is outlined in our exceptional circumstances statement.
Madam, can I make two legal or quasi-legal points? The first is Mr. Roberts has, in effect, taken you through the relevant parts of the EV051 document, and I'm sure you'll reread the whole section from pages 46 to 63. And his approach, it seemed to me, was to examine each circumstance and say, well, that's not an exceptional circumstance. Whereas you'll know the correct approach is to look at the circumstances and then to decide whether collectively they amount to the exceptional circumstances which NPPF policy refers to. So you look at them as a whole and not on a one-by-one basis. And then secondly, the suggestion that in effect the assessment as to whether or not Stanmore ought to expand ought to be left to a development management very special circumstances case rather than a plan-led system exceptional circumstances case. That we say is the wrong approach. It's quite clear that Greenbelt policy, the time to look at Greenbelt releases is now in plan making, and the courts have held that at plan making, exceptional circumstances is a lower bar than very special circumstances in a development management context. So this is plainly the right time to do it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Richards. And just one final point from the council, I believe. It's just again a point of clarity, really. Again, Mr. Roberts brought about the balance argument, and all I would say is we covered that argument off yesterday, and you have the council's position on that. So I just wanted to just clarify that position.
Thank you. So I'll turn to Ms. Cass now, and then I've got a couple of questions as well.
Thank you. I think what we'd say is we do actually believe that the council have demonstrated exceptional circumstances for the release of Greenbelt, and this is really predicated on the demand, particularly for housing in Shropshire, which puts more pressure on the east of the of the county, which I think we've rehearsed at length. We found the exceptional circumstances document assessment of Shifnal exceptionally helpful as well. And I think that the points that are made there in terms of the planning restraint that has been exercised on Shifnal and having adversely affected affordability, I think is quite key in terms of safeguarded land, as is their other exceptional circumstances, which is the unmet need of the Black Country, which they recognise is does result in pressure for housing in Shifnal, and also pushes local people out of that market.
Are you making a point?
I am going to make a point because I want to link it back to 6, and that is your question 6, which we had various points on, but most people had covered many of them off. And I think this talks to the point that we haven't got enough safeguarded land in locations which are sustainably located and can deliver sustainable patterns of development. And I think that this document recognises, obviously, by identifying the unmet need of the Black Country as an exceptional circumstance, it almost tells us that we should be allocating, or the council should be allocating and safeguarding more land for that purpose, because they've identified themselves that that's an exceptional circumstance. So that's really where I was linking it back to. So it was obviously agreeing that I think the report provides that basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Green.
Am I there again? I can only see myself very small on the screen. I hope I'm coming through. Thank you for letting me speak. As you know, we represent CPRE, which is a small, well, a charity. So we don't have the equality of arms in comparison with developers. So we too have to concentrate on high-level matters across the whole of the county, not dealing with the specific issues that many of the sets of developers here on the call are. So it's always interesting to know. I won't be long on this general point. It's always interesting to know whether we are in a plan-led system or a developer-led process. I think I just wanted to talk a bit about the it's point 6 and 7 run together really, which are both on safeguarded land, or both touch on safeguarded land and exceptional circumstances. I think we're talking about 7 blocks of land, aren't we? And our as in our hearing submission, our gripe is on the quantum of land involved. Really, I think we're talking now within this plan. There are 1, 2, 3 proposed releases from the green belt, which is from existing safeguarded land, as I understand it. So we've got the release of 3.8 acres for housing, 8 hectares for housing at Owley, 11.4 hectares proposed at Stanmore, and the 39 hectares proposed also for employment land at Shifnal. And I think when we get on to site-specific stuff in stage 2, the Shifnal group will have more to say about the specifics of that 39 hectares, and we've already touched on in earlier sessions as to whether that is a disproportionate amount for Shifnal. And then on the safeguarding for future, we've got 4 blocks of land, as I understand it. 1, 2, 3, or there are 4 blocks talked about. There's 19.86 hectares at Albrighton. There's 3.6 hectares at Alverley, and there's 92.8 hectares at Shifnal, and then there's the RAF Cosford situation as well. So I think the exceptional circumstances statement by Shropshire Council is trying to establish that there is the need for these exceptional circumstances, but our point again is the difference between need and demand. Does demand for land equate to exceptional circumstances? And then I just wanted to touch on in the council's Matter 6 statement, M601. We've already been there, haven't we, this morning. It was just a statement they made in paragraph 7.15, which talks about average drawdown rates of safeguarded land. 7.15. So I just wanted to that sort of rather gives the impression that to check the validity of the required exceptional circumstances release, the council looked at what had been needed in the past, averaged it, and extrapolated it forward to check what's needed now. Well, it just sort of seems that's what they're doing on a sense check, which again doesn't seem to me to be exceptional circumstances. And as we've evidenced already, there is doubt particularly as to the quantum of employment land needed. We touched on that this morning, which does seem to be oversupplied. And I make the point yet again, there is the ever-present and important consideration that all new development at the moment is further contributing to increased greenhouse gas emissions and is therefore making Shropshire less sustainable. So as far as quantum of releases from the green belt on exceptional circumstances and safeguarded, it's incumbent on Shropshire Council and the Inspectorate to ensure development is restricted to a minimum consistent with need, not demand. So those are my points. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I'll just take Miss Allen and then I'll get the council to respond in the round.
Thank you, Ma'am. I think Mr. Green has picked up on some of the sort of points, but I would just sort of comment that you've probably heard sort of views from obviously both developer led parties and others, where one is saying there needs to be a greater supply of safeguarded land, and others which are saying probably the safeguarded land put forward is too great. I think, just as a side from any sort of representation our client wishes us to make, all these comments that come forward, I think, do actually should perhaps lead you to reflect on the fact that there is no quantifiable evidence that put forward by the council to actually define the safeguarded land and other requirements from the release from the green belt. I appreciate Mr. Green has just touched on these matters, but I think until there is a sort of a quantifiable until this element has been defined in a quantifiable manner, it is difficult for you to conclude that sort of those exceptional circumstances have been met. And I think probably more specifically from the sort of the Shifnal area, there are sort of elements that they've raised in the submissions which we'll have before you, which relate to sites away from Shifnal itself, such as at Telford and other sites, which may be more appropriate for some of the development that is proposed in these cases. So I think that will obviously follow on more on the sort of site-specific stage of this process. But again, I would just raise the point that given the sort of conflicting sort of information we've heard from parties today, it probably on balance would suggest that the quantum of safeguarding land should be in question at this stage, because I don't think it has been truly quantified to be able to sort of be put into the plan at the level it has, rightly or wrongly, by the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Do the council want to come back on those points? And then I've got a couple of questions just to pick up a few of the points.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Crosby. I just make one point in terms of quantification of land. Obviously, we've given an indication of what we consider the potential implications would be in terms of our response to MAPA 6. What I would make the point is, of course, is that safeguarded land is to meet future needs. At this point in time, we don't know what those future needs are. What we are doing is making sure that we have an appropriate pool of sites to choose from if there is a future need. And I think that's important to recognise, and the quantifiable aspect that Ms. Allen referred to, I appreciate the view, but ultimately I think it's very difficult to do that, because what we're talking about is longer term needs, and that's in the context of what our current understanding is. So we're seeking to future-proof the plan, future-proof our ability to plan effectively for Shropshire, should I say. And we've used professional judgment in reaching our conclusions as to what is appropriate. In terms of our exceptional circumstances, I've already referenced our exceptional circumstances paper, and I think that is that draws out the key issues and considerations in reaching our conclusions about what we consider appropriate for the East Shropshire.
Because you reiterate really, I think Mr. Green's point was about effectively do minimum effectively, and of course guidance and the framework tells us to plan beyond, in terms of the green belt, beyond the end of the plan. But as we have already mentioned, we do not know what that need is. So I think it's positively planned in that we have sought to do that. It is professional judgment, and we think our professional judgment is soundly applied in this instance.
Thank you. I've got two hands up still, Miss Allen and Mr. Green. Are these hands still up from before, Miss Allen? Is that your hand up?
Yes, it is. Just to. Sorry, is it?
Apologies. Sorry.
We think we might be suffering a similar sort of problem of control over technology as we had yesterday, but this time it's an inability to turn ourselves off rather than an ability to turn ourselves on.
It's like some gremlins again. Do you want to? We could have a short adjournment if you want, just to sort it out, because we could have our break now, because I don't think we've got a significant amount more to deal with.
It might only take a second. Our IT guru has just entered the room.
If we disappear, it's because it'll be because he's pressed Control Alt Delete to reboot us.
If you'd like to take a call for break, feel free.
Sorry, Miss Allen. We'll come back in. We'll just have a short break. If we break until 10 to 2. Sorry, 10 to 3. It's gone 10 to 2. 10 to 3, and then I don't think we'll be here much longer after that. I think we're sort of getting through things now. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we're still on the. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm happy to. It's got everyone in though. Sure. Yeah, I think it's fine.
There is a remote button to actually move in and out.
I think there are still some problems. I just come back in my room and my camera was on, but it was showing switched off, but I could. It was.
Yeah, we've just had a few issues, but I think we're back on. But our ratio seems to have shrunk a bit. But,
we've all put on weight since we last saw you.
It's all in biscuits in the break.
Apparently, this is the longest that the IT system in this room has ever had to operate without a break, and it got fed up and decided to shut down.
Yeah, I think there seems to be quite a lot of problems at the moment with different things. I say I had problems this morning. I think we're still indeed. Yeah, I don't know whether it's the heat or what's going on, but we'll carry on and we'll take Miss Allen because you was next.
Thank you. It was just to come back on a couple of points made by the council. Primarily that they've just, confirmed that if they don't know what their future needs are, how really can they justify the area of sort of land that has been put forward for safeguarding land going forward. And I appreciate the comment that they've made that they are looking to future-proof the plan, and I appreciate MPPF suggests that reviews of the green belt should allow for sort of the boundaries not to necessarily be redefined again post the end of the plan period. But I think when you are reviewing sort of green belt in this context, there has to be a need, which is obviously also defined in sort of paragraph 143, and that need that refers to the long-term development, but where that's not yet quantifiable, then I think there is a question mark as to how the how that sort of safeguarding area is defined. So I would just like to put forward the fact that surely there requires some additional work here to properly assess the needs of the greenbelt release going forward, which should perhaps sort of reflect other pressures from the Black Country, etc., etc., and then in conjunction with the review of greenbelt land outside Shropshire, as well as other areas within Shropshire. So, yeah, really, I'm saying that I don't think necessarily those circumstances have been met yet, because the need has not been adequately identified at this stage. And certainly, whilst there is an element where the councillor is saying future proofing, this doesn't sort of preclude there being a further review of the sort of the green belt and plan policy in the future. Thank you.
Just ask Ms. Allen, so in terms of you saying that they say they don't know what the future needs are, it's sort of been based on the best they can do, really. What would you do differently? So what would you suggest that they do that they haven't done?
Well, I think there appears to be some comments already made earlier today where some reference has been made to reviewing sort of other greenbelt strategy, other greenbelt sort of in the neighbouring sort of areas and authorities, and also sort of further cooperation with other local authorities. I think I'd understood from my client and others that the actual consultation period of other sort of authorities had actually been relatively sort of confined to a relatively short window to be able to sort of properly address this issue and sort of identify this. I think that's probably had been noted within our hearing statement already. So I think a further assessment and sort of quantification of some of these, the need needs to be established, which doesn't appear to be, because obviously we've had this sort of evidence which has been based on the history as opposed to going forward, which doesn't necessarily reflect some of the sort of demographic sort of details and other things that have been sort of muted earlier today and in other sessions.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
I'll
you.
bring the council back and then I'll turn to Mr. Child. Mr. Green, sorry.
I think we've probably already answered that point about the need argument. So I think there's just a difference of opinion really here between us and Miss Allen on this one. Clearly, as I've already set out, we are trying to plan positively within the bounds of the framework around Greenbelt and the needs, potential needs beyond the end of this plan and into the next. And possibly the one after that as well. So I don't think there is a requirement to go away and do more work on this. I think we've taken the exceptional circumstances that we sought to propose, and we've had that conversation with our neighbours. So I don't think there is a requirement for more work on this point. So I think that's all I'd say on that point. Unless there's anything else you wanted to clarify from
No, that's fine. I'll bring in Mr. Green and then I've got a couple of questions as well. Mr. Green.
Yes, thank you for letting me come back, Mrs. Crosby. Again, as Miss Ellen, my point was on the future and need. So the council say they need all these huge amounts of safeguarded land into the next planned period because of uncertainty about the future. My point earlier was it seems they may be extrapolating from the past into the future to help justify these figures. In other words, a continuation of business as usual. I mean, part of our general point is that in a climate emergency, it is not business as usual. The need may well be less, and yes, we should be going for the minimum need. That is our point. But our small voice of reason obviously has to be set against the council's seemingly unassailable professional judgment. And Mr. Richards has mentioned Telford and Wrekin. Competition and choice has been mentioned, by which I think the council mean competition and choice for developers. We've heard some developers prefer to go to Telford and Wrekin. Shifnal happens to be between Telford and Wrekin and the Green Belt, or Shifnal's within the Green Belt, isn't it? So is that the reason why the council wants all this safeguarded land and dump it all on Shifnal? Because Shifnal is conveniently between, as far as Shropshire Council are concerned, conveniently between Telford and Wolverhampton. So I think it does need another look, and that was our case really. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Does the council want to come back on any of those points?
Yes, just to reiterate really, the intention of purpose around Shipment is to plan effectively beyond the end of this plan, on the assumption that the council does not undertake a green belt assessment and review every time we review a plan. It might well be that changes, but the assumption we work on is that that's the case. So we have to, if we do feel as though we need to do that, now's the time to do it. I would also point out from Mr. Green's point about climate emergency, releasing land in the way we are proposing here is not allocating land, therefore won't have an impact on the climate in the way I think Mr. Green is indicating. And it is not, we do not yet know the extent of any potential land included on that in any future local plan allocations for future reviews. So I think it's a I'm not quite sure the link he's making there with the climate emergency.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions myself that I'll go through now. One of them is whether the exceptional circumstances extend to meeting the needs of the Black Country. So again, it becomes a bit of the circular argument, doesn't it, of you're not allocating land specifically in the green belt to meet the needs of the Black Country, but does that have some bearing?
Well, I think it has an indication, potentially a potential on that, because of the approach we've sought to use in accommodating that unmet need and the likely areas where that would be accommodated in the most obvious manner. However, I would point out that in the current wording of the policy, how we would meet that unmet need is across the whole of the council area potentially, and the areas around Shittle and Bridgenorth are specifically mentioned in the Statement of Common Ground as potential areas where that would be met. But the policy itself, or the approach, so in that instance, does reflect upon all of the place plan areas within the county, obviously most of which are not covered by Greenbelt.
Thank you. The other question I had was about RAF Cosford and the justification for that. So I understand that the council previously tried to remove this from the green belt. I think it was in the last plan, was it? Maybe the one before that. And it was rejected by the inspector, I think, as I understand it. It was just to understand what's changed. I know there's the air ambulance site, but that, as I understand it, that now has planning permission anyway, so that's that has a little impact on whether it's in the green belt or not.
Thank you, Mrs. Crosby. I'm not aware that the last plan proposed to remove the RAF Cosford site from the green belt.
No, I think it was the one before that, I think.
Right, okay. Well, we've identified what we consider to be the exceptional circumstances for the RAF Cosford site. Obviously, when we undertake a local plan review that's informed by a green belt assessment, we have to make a judgment on the evidence before us, and that's what we sought to do. I know, obviously, we've got one of the strategic sites that we're going to be discussing tomorrow is RAF Cosford, and obviously we've documented in the response to matter 7 what we consider those exceptional circumstances to be. Specifically, I think it's question 2, isn't it, of matter? I think 2 with regard to RAF Cosford. So we've gone through what we consider to be the exceptional circumstances for that site. Obviously, the opportunities, if you like, and the exceptional nature of the development opportunities identified at this stage, we consider to be part of that exceptional circumstances. So it's very much it's based on what we understand the current situation to be. So we consider that to be an appropriate approach to release that land from the greenbelt at this stage. I know the MOD, I've often made reference to the fact that they had Crown immunity in the past, which obviously impacts on how they're able to develop the site, or other sites indeed. But from a council perspective, we've looked at the information before us that's been provided by parties such as the MOD and the other occupiers of the site, and we consider that in the round, given the factors that are identified, that exceptional circumstances exist to justify that release. And I do think it is important to recognise that it is obviously it's a very large brownfield site with significant built form on it. And whilst it is in the green belt, obviously our green belt assessment indicates the extent to which it performs green belt functionality. And again, whilst that in and of itself isn't an exceptional circumstance, it has informed our consideration of the process. I don't want to go through each exceptional circumstances, but I think our case is presented as to why we consider it's appropriate to take that course of action at this stage. I'm sure we'll discuss that further moving forward.
Yeah, I'll just one quick question, then I'll bring Ms Dillon in. She's got a hand up. You mentioned there about Crown immunity in the past. Is that something they don't have anymore?
it's my understanding that they now have to submit planning applications for projects. I do understand that there's been some new permitted development rights introduced, but they wouldn't apply to all forms of development. It depends on the unique nature of the site. I will hold my hand up and say I'm not an expert on
me neither.
that process. But I think given the nature of the site and the sort of intensification that's proposed and the expansion opportunities within the opportunities identified, we feel that it's important to provide certainty and confidence to allow that investment to take place, and that those are again other factors that have influenced our decision making process.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring in Ms. Dillon to ask her question.
Hello there. I'm just wondering, it's just in relation to that previous history of the Cosford site. It would be really helpful for tomorrow's session if the council could have a look to see whether there have been previous attempts for the site to be released, because it's something that's cropped up in a few of the representations that we've received, and it's something that might well crop up tomorrow, and I would rather that we were fully prepared and were aware of what those references were referring to. Is that something that the council can seek to do for tomorrow, please?
Yes, we can seek to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got no further questions on exceptional circumstances, and I can't see that anybody else has got their hands up. So if we move on to point 8, whether the plan adequately sets out. Oh, sorry, Miss Osmond-Smith, do you want to make a point?
Sorry, Madam. Yes, just before we leave this topic, I was anxious to ensure that you had all of the information that you needed on Stanmore, and if I could assist you in any way.
No, I've got everything I need, I think, from the council. Thank you.
Thank you.
So moving on to point 8, so whether the plan adequately sets out ways in which the impact of removing land from the green belt can be offset through compensatory improvements to the environmental quality and accessibility of the remaining green belt. So the council refer to policy in SP 11.8, and also there's reference to this in the matters paper, where it kind of stems from is the planning practice guidance which talks about where it's been demonstrated it's necessary to release greenbelt land for development. Strategic policy making authority should set out policies for compensatory improvements, and so it goes on. I haven't got any further questions on this. I don't know if anybody else wants to. Particularly, I'm happy to take it as read unless anybody's got any questions or the council want to particularly say something on this. No? Okay. Oh, sorry, Mr. Roberts.
I'll be quick on this one. Just to point out that the decision on whether to remove green belt from land, designation from land, has to be taken before the compensatory measures kick in, and so the fact that somebody may be offering compensatory measures shouldn't be an issue when considering whether to take land out of green belt designation. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that I've looked at the compensatory measures that were suggested again in case of Stanmore, but I'm sure it applies to other places, and that they're contained in paragraph 7.100 of EVO 51, and quite simply the measures that are listed in 7.100, I would really expect the competent development manager, officer, whatever they're called now, to be getting those sort of things agreed in any event, irrespective of whether the land was green belt or not. That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Do the council want to comment on those points?
Thank you, Mrs. Crosby.
In the exceptional circumstances statement, we do set out a significant number of measures. The council is aware that they are both compensatory and improvements relating to the development itself. But they do include compensatory measures, and we will seek to implement them in addition to on-site works.
Just following on from what my colleague said, I just point to paragraph 7.101 in our exceptional circumstances paper as an example for the Stanmore site. So it cross-references a site guideline that's in the guidelines of the specific both of the two proposed allocations, which talks about investment in the quality of the Stanmore Country Park, which is obviously an off-site. It's a country park in the greenbelt, effectively in proximity to Stanmore Industrial Estate. So that's an example of a specific compensatory improvement. And again, the exceptional circumstances statement goes through what we consider to be those measures for each area, if you like.
And my understanding is that these sites would be allocated anyway, and these are compensatory measures, so they're not. There's not a site that doesn't isn't suitable to be released from the green belt, and you think, oh well, it's okay because there's going to be some compensatory measures. That's
exactly so. That's a separate consideration. Yeah. It's not about mitigating the site. It's about
that's
compensating, contributing to the wider value of the green belt, if you like.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roberts. Can you just turn your camera and your mic off, please? Thank you. Ms. Cass, did you want to say something on this?
It's only a very brief point, and that is I think the measures that are listed for the Shifnal safeguarded sites particularly are similar to what Mr. Roberts has said, but they are site specific, and I'm not sure that they talk to the requirement to improve the environmental quality and accessibility of the remaining greenbelt, because the activities listed will no longer be in greenbelt. Thank you.
Thank you. Do the council want to comment on those points?
Yes, ma'am. A lot of the sites mentioned in Sheffield are of course safeguarded land, and so the council and the land promoter are looking ahead to the future. But we believe that we have identified compensatory measures in relation to the land between the A464 and Park Lane, in relation to footpath linkages from Park Lane into greenbelt surrounding the safeguard land, and in relation to the northern parcel north of the A461 in terms of delivering environmental and recreational improvements and to link into the existing public rights of way. So we are looking ahead, and we believe that we've taken quite a forward-looking approach.
Thank you, Mr. Cowan. Ms. Cass, is that your hand still up from before?
Apologies, that's a mistake. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so moving on to the final point, which is about whether the boundaries of all the sites proposed for release or safeguarding are clearly shown on a map. And from what I could see from what the council was saying, that is the case. So the council just want to confirm that, please.
And we believe that we have marked them onto. Did you catch me there, Miss Crosby?
No, I missed the first bit.
Okay. Now I believe that we have marked all of the land proposed to be released from the greenbelt on the relevant policy inset maps, and so the council believes that it has acquitted that requirement.
Thank you. That was just a point really of clarification. I don't think there was anybody particularly object to that. Are there any other points? Is there anything we've missed, do you think, before we end this session today? Is there any concluding comments the council want to make? Now, Mr. Fox, we've got some. Mr. Fox.
Thanks, Ms Crosby. Sorry about that. I was having trouble raising my hand.
Oh, I know. I think there's problems in the works today.
It's Matthew Fox from Miller, and it's a very detailed point, but I'll be brief. It's set out in our submission as well, so it shouldn't take too long. But basically, in terms of the boundaries of the site, we're concerned with that. There's no issue at all. The point that we wanted to raise was just around the way the plan references safeguarded land, and we didn't think it was totally clear. We think policy SP11, which is obviously the safeguarding greenbelt policy, it refers to safeguarded land as being defined on the policies map. So it doesn't explicitly set out which parcels of land are safeguarded, which isn't necessarily a problem. But when you do actually look at the policies map, for instance, if you look at the Shifnal plan, which is S15, I believe, it shows all of the safeguarded plots as marked blue, but it doesn't have any kind of site references for them. And when you look back at the plan itself, the explanatory text, you have schedule S15.1, and it's Roman numericals 3. That's the table which lists out all the safeguarded land at Shifnal, of which there are 6 different plots of land. But it's quite difficult to relate those to the inset policies map because they haven't got any kind of reference, and there's no sort of sub boundaries around those plots. I think our suggestion to ensure that there is a level of precision, especially for when we're looking at decision taking or when the plan's being implemented, we would suggest that ideally the sites are listed in policy S11 and they're given a reference number, and then the specific sub areas on the inset maps are marked out clearly, just so it's completely legible to understand which areas link back to the text and the policy itself. That was all.
That certainly makes sense, Mr. Fox. I hadn't picked that up. The council comment on that? It seems like something fairly straightforward can be done through a main modification and with clarity, I think.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Crosby. Our original intention had been to make the distinction between safeguarded land and specific allocations. However, if you do feel that it's a point that would add clarity, that's something we'd be happy to consider as a modification.
Yeah, I think it would help with clarity, particularly if I just envisage a situation where we might be at a section 78 appeal or something, and there's a dispute about which parcel of land relates to different. Having been there in sort of those circumstances, so I don't think it would undermine your case in terms of it being safeguarded land, but I just think it would help any discussion in the future about what parcels or which, so there's some sort of cross-reference. I think that would, particularly in an area like Shifnal where there's multiple, obviously if it's only one, it's not a problem, is it?
That's absolutely okay, Ms Crosby. We've made a note of it and we accept that point.
Okay, thank you. We'll make a note of that too. And what we'll do when we write to you, we'll list all the things that we think were probably agreed as main modifications. In fact, it might be worth on Friday afternoon when we finish, we'll just run through. We've got a running list, just check what those are as well while it's all fresh in our memory. I don't think we've got a huge list. The lists tend to be longer when you get to the DM policies and site allocations and things. But
yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other points? Oh, Mr. Green, do you want to say something else before we finish?
Thank you. Just to endorse what's just been said, I just realised that the schedule I was reading out from earlier when I talked about the 7 blocks of land and the numbers was, of course, the schedule I had to produce myself precisely because of this difficulty of following what the council's figures were. So something that is much clearer in terms of the plots, the numbers, and the areas would be a great help. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll finish for today. I think that's covered everything, and we'll resume again at 9:30 tomorrow for matter 7, followed by matter 8. So it will be a rolling programme tomorrow. I think Kerry's asked people for matter 8 to join. I think maybe 11 o'clockish or something like that, but it's unclear how long matter 6 will take until we get going. So people just have to bear with us a little bit. But there'll be 2 separate joining links for tomorrow. For anybody that's coming tomorrow, there'll be 2 separate links. So you'll join one link for matter 7 and then exit that one and go into matter 8 when that one begins, just to keep it simpler. Okay, so we'll see some of you again tomorrow. Thank you.